So, good morning, everybody. Thank you all so much for coming. It's so good to see all of you here for the inaugural session of our conference, Asia on the Move, Histories of Mobility and the Making of Asia. I request our director, Shri Ken Srivastav, to welcome the gathering.
President of India International Center, Honorable Ambassador Shyam Saran, Professor Sanjay Subramaniam, Distinguished Professor of History and Irving and Jean Stone Chair in Social Sciences at the University of California, Los Angeles, Dr. Sudha Gopalakrishnan, our Executive Director, in charge of our International Research Division, Honorable Delegates, Professor Gitanjali, who is the coordinator of this conference, honorable heads of missions and ambassadors and members of the organizing committee. The International Conference Asia on the Move, Histories and Mobility of Making Asia carries forward the decades of exploration by IISc International Research Division on histories of interaction between Asia's different regions and how it is reflected in our monuments, our artifacts, our literature, and our textiles. We have with us delegates, scholars from Hungary, Russia, USA, Uzbekistan, and India. They represent expertise in archaeology and history, literature, music, maritime history, trans-Himalayan trade. They will be discussing their landmark research on records left by Asians who traveled to different parts of this great continent. Yesterday we had a curtain-raising event, which is an exhibition on traveling relics spreading the word of Buddha. The exhibition tells the stories about early archaeological discoveries and recovery of Buddhist history. I request all those of you who have not seen the exhibition to kindly do so. This conference has been conceptualized by our President, Ambassador Shyam Saran. He was duly assisted by the members of the organizing committee who worked on the themes of the session of this conference. I thank Ambassador Shyam Saran for his guidance and indulgence in making this conference a reality. Responding to our invitation, Professor Sanjay Subramaniam, a very distinguished and internationally well-known professor of history, has come all the way from US to participate in this conference and to deliver the keynote address. On behalf of IISc, the organizing committee, and everyone who is associated with the IISc, I profusely thank Professor Sanjay Subramaniam for his kind gesture. I thank Professor Himanshu Prabhare and Professor Gitanjali Surendran, who have jointly curated the exhibition on Buddha. And as I mentioned earlier, Professor Gitanjali is also the coordinator of this conference. I thank both of them. I also thank the Indian and foreign scholars, delegates who have responded to our invitation and have come to participate in this important conference. I thank the ambassadors and heads of missions who have shown very keen interest in this conference and are present here. I will be failing in my duty if I do not thank the members of our organizing committee who, after holding several meetings, finalized the nitty-gritty of this conference. I thank my colleagues, Dr. Sudha Gopalakrishnan, Executive Director, IISc IRD, and her team who have worked relentlessly for this conference. Finally, I thank all of you, ladies and gentlemen, for your gracious presence, and I look forward to active participation in all the sessions of this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. I invite Dr. Sudha Gopalakrishnan, Executive Director of the International Research Division, to speak to us.
Hope I'm visible. So greetings to everybody. Thank you so much for coming. I see a full hall, and that's also an indication of the interest that many people have in this conference. I just want to set the context for this conference in the light of the International Research Division, which has started this project called IIC Asia project, it used to be called, now it is the International Research Division. And we have been focusing in the last few years on conferences and interactions between the Asian countries, between Asia and other regions. So this particular conference looks at the same theme in a broad way. So I'd like to put it in context of what we have been doing so far. So the International Research Division had its inception as the IIC Asia project with Dr. Karan Singh, which started by him in 1997, with a view to giving Asian countries a platform to interact, explore connections and divergences through how these cultural and intellectual undercurrents feed into the conversations of today. There have been several conferences held annually exploring the circulation of material culture, the translation of texts, the movement of people, goods and services, and with them of political and administrative systems. This led to fruitful insights into broader themes such as the sideways and byways of interaction between interstate relations and the relations between nomadic and settled people. From 2003, the Asia project, now called the International Research Division, was led by Dr. Kapila Vatsyayan, who continued the dialogue, helped create a framework for interpreting aspects of our heritage, shared, resulting in significant publications such as Cultures of Indigo Across Asia, Sacred Landscapes, and how these are shaped, for example, by monuments, motifs, and narratives, on crossing boundaries with needle and thread, called Sui Dhaga, basically on the embroidery traditions of shared Asia, then on maritime cultural heritage, and on Asian encounters, networks of cultural interaction, to name a few. Since 2022, we have started a collaborative research and documentation project by the IIC International Research Division called Samhita, with the support of the Ministry of External Affairs, the Government of India. Samhita is largely a South Asian manuscript histories and textual archive, and its goal is to create a kind of a database, an open access digital library on manuscripts of South Asian and Indian provenance housed in libraries outside India, which will serve as a collective resource for Asia's knowledge systems. So this conference, in the light of all this, takes a relook at connected histories with travel as the motive, from ancient to modern times, traveling for trade, education, spiritual reasons, adventure, leisure, and several other reasons, and which has fostered interaction between Asian regions through connections and divergences. In the next 2 days, we will look closely at these key aspects of interaction. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for setting the context, ma'am. I'll request our chair of the session, the president of IIC, Ambassador Shyam Saran, to say a few words.
Thank you. Let me first of all welcome Dr. Subramaniam. We are extremely grateful to him to have accepted our invitation. And it is a tribute to his expertise that we have made him the keynote speaker for this conference, and to literally set the stage for what will follow. So thank you very much for being with us. Why are we having this conference? There is always an issue, is Asia a really identifiable entity? Is it a space that has a certain personality, has a certain kind of, a commonality that brings it together? Many people say it is a Western conception, Asia. So is there something which we can call an Asian personality? This is certainly a space through which invaders, traders, pilgrims, adventurers have gone back and forth over the centuries. And, it is through their perceptions, their, eyewitness accounts, that we get some sense of the affinities which actually have grown over a period of time, layer upon layer over the centuries. So perhaps there is something like an Asia, but that is really the theme that we wanted to explore in this conference. But the unique feature is that instead of having very scholarly kind of research papers, what we are really looking at, how did Asia appear to these various travelers and, pilgrims or adventurers who went through Asia. So that is the unique feature of this conference. So Professor Subramaniam will be speaking to us about the role of port cities. He's an expert on the Indian Ocean space. So it is with very keen interest that we will be listening to his presentation. Professor Subramaniam, welcome to you again, and you have the floor now. Yeah. You don't have the monitor here. So we can go there.
It's a privilege to have with us Professor Sanjay Subramaniam, who's an authority on Indian Ocean studies and his mastery of archives from across languages. He's worked for years on experiments in connected histories and travel writing in Persia. And his forthcoming book, Across the Green Sea, will look at the history of the Indian Ocean from the viewpoints of Western India and the Persian Gulf and East Africa. We're very privileged. So it's good.
Thank you. So perhaps the statutory warning to turn your telephones on to silent may be necessary before we begin. I have just turned mine on to silent. So it's a great pleasure to be here. I have a long association with this center, going back actually to a time when some of you may remember when Ambassador Madhavan was the director of the center, and actually he had invited me at that time, which go back probably 30 years or more, to participate in a set of meetings and discussions on Indian Ocean history and Indian Ocean studies. And I remember that subsequently in the late 1980s, we also had a very moving memorial meeting for the late Professor Ashin Das Gupta after he passed. So I have a long association. In fact, if I wanted to dig deep enough, which actually goes back to my father, who was a member from the 1960s of this center. So it's a pleasure to be here, and it's something which I don't do often enough. So perhaps this could be the start of something good, as the song goes. Now, my purpose today is to address you on the question of port cities and mobility in early modern Asia, which is, of course, only one aspect of mobility in Asia. I'm picking the maritime direction. There is obviously much to be said also on overland connections, which is also something which I've been interested in, and I and many others have worked, for example, on the great significance, for instance, of the routes that passed through Central Asia and their significance, another kind of sea, which you might call it, from a certain point of view. My purpose here as I begin is to, of course, remind you that we are hardly the first to reflect on this as a problem or as a concept. Here, for example, is the writing of an Ottoman admiral, Saidi Ali Reis, who was sent by the Ottomans in the 1550s to intervene in order to help the sultans of Gujarat in the difficulties they were happening with the Portuguese. And he wound up actually losing control of his fleet in a storm. He suffered a shipwreck. Part of his ships and some of his cannon washed up off the coast of Gujarat. He eventually made his way to Ahmedabad, where he spent some time, and he actually wrote one of his interesting texts there. And then finally made his way back through Sindh into Iran, and then via the fringes of the Caspian Sea, somehow managing to negotiate with difficulties the differences between the Sunni Ottomans and the Shia Safavis. He managed to come back to the Ottoman Empire, where he wrote several texts, including one which is still worth a read, of which there's no good modern translation in English, unfortunately, called Miratul Mamalik, Mirror of Kingdoms, where he talks about India at that time, and India where actually he had a very interesting, shall we say, sort of privileged seat at the moment when Humayun died, because he was actually present at the Mughal court when this incident took place. Still a controversial incident. The circumstances in which he died are not entirely clear. And he actually tells us that he was the one, we can take this with a pinch of salt, he was the one who told the Mughals not to announce that Humayun had died because his son was away, and that actually what they should do is find a courtier who more or less resembled him, bandage him, and say that the emperor had a fall and he was hurt, and so then they would present him to the public from a distance until the time, of course, when Akbar, who was away, perhaps in the Punjab, came back, and then the succession could be carried through. So this is someone who actually had, as I said, a sort of a very privileged view of a lot of different things which happened, and who also reflected actually on something which is, I think, of great importance for us, which is the question of how different the Indian Ocean is as a sea. Sayyid Ali, let me remind you, was basically a Mediterranean sailor. He was someone who had actually been trained in the Mediterranean with the great North African seaman and admiral Khairuddin Barbarossa. And what he tells us is that you may know how to navigate the Mediterranean, but that is no guarantee that you know how to navigate the Indian Ocean. And so, in fact, one of the things that he did when he was in the Indian Ocean, and he must have been a man of some cunning and resources, is that he actually managed to collect a whole series of texts, typically in Arabic, of people such as the famous navigator Ahmad ibn Majid al-Najdi or Suleiman al-Mahrusi and so on. And so he actually collected these and digested them. And he gives us a sense that the Indian Ocean is not in a way one ocean. And if we actually consider the fact that there is also something else called maritime Asia going beyond the fringes of the Indian Ocean, it gets even more complicated when we enter into East Asia, the South China Sea, the Sea of Japan. This is still another world. And then, of course, we have the central part of the Indian Ocean, which is the middle circle, which you see over there, and then the Western Indian Ocean, each of these having their own integrity in certain senses. Now, of course, again, coming to the question of port cities, I'm hardly the first to have reflected on this. I just want to mention to you two different books which came out over the years. One by, on the left, by a colleague in Australia who I had the privilege of working with, Frank Browser, Brides of the Sea. He also published a second volume essentially on port cities. That term, that the port is the bride of the sea, is actually something which comes from an Arabic text on Jeddah from the 16th century. And on the right over here, you have the very distinguished Japanese historian Haneda Masashi, who with his colleagues put together this other volume, Asian Port Cities, which deal with a number of different things, including some questions to which I will return today. So what am I going to talk about today? I want to actually touch on a number of different key concepts and ideas that I'm going to come back to again and again while I'm going through this exercise. So first of all, I want to devote a certain amount of attention to what we call urban morphology. Right? So what do cities actually look like as structures? Is there such a thing as a port city, a typical port city? Or in fact, are there very many different types of port cities in the context even of the Indian Ocean? And implicitly, of course, there is another question: how different is the port city, let us say, from the interior city? Right? So how different is, in the case of Iran, Bandar Abbas from Isfahan? How different is Surat from Delhi, and so on? So that is one set of questions, which are essentially questions about examining space, the organization of space, and so on. And as I said, coming then to a second question, which is the types of port cities, because one of my arguments will be that, first of all, historically, there have always been many different types of port cities, and this is especially the case when we enter the period that I'm dealing with, when a certain number of interventions by external participants who came in, notably the Europeans, transformed certain things in terms of the rules of the game concerning how port cities were organized. How they were organized depends on several different things. It depends on also questions of the ethnic composition of these cities. What are the forms of the kinds of ethnicities which one finds there? Because that is, of course, something which you can take for granted which is there is almost no such thing as a port city which is inhabited by a single ethnicity. They are always multi-ethnic sites, and that ethnicity is in turn a function of the second problem, the problem of mobility, which is in a way at the center of this conference, which is to say people move, and people in the course of moving also settle for a time, sometimes for much longer, in specific places, creating this multi-ethnic landscape. Now, when we talk about ethnicity, however, I want to also mention something which I think is quite significant and important, which is I want to remind you that we need to get away from a certain kind of, shall we say, a devotion to the religion of ethnicity. Which is something which, of course, many people have increasingly become fond of. Ethnic nationalisms, ethnic assertions are very common in our day. And I want to remind you of a concept which has been used by a number of different people, but especially I'm thinking of my friends and colleagues who have worked, for example, on the native peoples of the Americas, which is the idea of ethnogenesis, which is the idea that these ethnicities are not fixed, are not stable, they're actually moving in of themselves and moving over time. Their boundaries are shifting, and again, this takes us back to the previous point. Ethnogenesis and mobility are very clearly linked as processes. And finally, there's something which I want to mention to you, at least, which is, of course, a problem which has been dealt with by a number of different people, myself included, which is the question of cosmopolitanism in port cities. Is this an appropriate term to be used for the Indian Ocean port city, or what are its limits, what are its problems? I want to flag this for you. Okay, so I want to begin then with with Southeast Asia. Right, rather than India. I will eventually come to South Asia. So I want to begin with Southeast Asia because if you look at the literature on the Indian Ocean, when one thinks of people focusing on a single port city site, there's a typical place where most people like to begin when they're discussing the Indian Ocean of the later medieval and the early modern period. And that is actually a site which is, interestingly, located in Southeast Asia, but its history is not a history which is solely a Southeast Asian history. Why? Because many of you will know that in the early 15th century, there was a series of celebrated expeditions sent by the Ming Dynasty into Southeast Asia and subsequently into the Western Indian Ocean, all the way to the Swahili coast, and also touching on the Persian Gulf and touching on the Red Sea. There were several accounts that came out of this. The most famous of these is the one which you see on the left, the account of Ma Huan, and you also have subsequent accounts, retrospective accounts, such as the one that you see here on the right. These accounts are very interesting. They are Chinese accounts, but a couple of peculiarities need to be borne in mind. The admiral who led these expeditions, the famous Zheng He, was not from a maritime region. Right? He was from Yunnan. So he was actually from the southwestern part of China, bordering on Burma. The second thing which needs to be borne in mind was he himself was Muslim, and so was the writer of the text on the left, Ma Huan. He was also a Muslim, which actually gave him certain privileges. For example, he was able to give us some greater details, for instance, about the state of the Hejaz in the 15th century than a non-Muslim writer would have been able to give us. But for instance, he has a very idealized view of some Muslim states. For instance, he covers the rulers of Hormuz in the Persian Gulf, to which I'll return in a minute with praise. Now, one of the consequences of this Chinese intervention in Southeast Asia was that this intervention actually helped to solidify the position of a particular port city, and that was this city of Malacca. Right? Now, Malacca is located, as many of you will know, on the Straits of Malacca, so somewhat further up from the location of Singapore today. It replaced, or shall we say, came to dominate in a situation which had earlier been dominated by ports on the other side of the Straits of Malacca. But Malacca's emergence was very clearly linked in some way, but we can't exactly say how, with these Chinese expeditions. So the Chinese intervened, the Chinese redistributed the cards of the game, and as a consequence, this new city arose. Initially, the rulers of this city were what we would, shall we say, very loosely call Hindu. And it's really in the second generation that they converted to Islam. That was a particular ruler called Parameshvara, converted to Islam and established tributary rights with the Ming dynasty, to which they continued through much of the 15th century to send materials, exotic objects, and so on. Now, we do know something about Malacca. We have particularly a good deal of material coming to us, unfortunately, a bit late. So for the 16th century, our problem is for most of the 15th century, the history of Malacca is somewhat obscured by the absence of actually a thickness of archival documents. But we do have some Malay texts which are somewhat difficult to deal with. But at any rate, what we can see is the emergence of a certain morphology of Malacca, which you see over here. So what do we see in Malacca? We see something which is very clear, which is we see a city where the ethnicities are separated, right? So the chief ethnicities, each of them inhabit a separate quarter. So which are the chief ethnicities in Malacca? Unsurprisingly, the Chinese. So you have Bukit China. But also there is a very substantial number of Indians present, Indians from 3 regions of India. So Indians from what is called Benoit Kling, which is to say the whole of what we would today call the Coromandel coast and going beyond. Etymologically, of course, you would realize Kling is Kalinga, but it is nevertheless used for everybody coming all the way from Tamil Nadu, Andhra, and going up into Orissa. So this is one set of people. Perhaps the most important group of Indians in Malacca in the 15th century are the Gujaratis, who again tend to be of different subgroups. They too inhabit a specific set of quarters. And then, of course, you have some other groups, all the way to groups from what would be today the region of Okinawa and the so-called Ryukyu Islands and so on and so forth. So you actually have people distributed from across this whole maritime space, but when they are in Malacca, each of them tends to be located in a separate space and tends to have a separate leader who then is in interface with the Sultan and the Sultan's establishment, and this leader typically takes the title here of the Shah Bandar, which is not the same meaning as the title will have in some other places. But here, the Shah Bandar is per community. Each community has its own Shah Bandar. Now, as I said, our difficulty is that we don't know too much about the details of much of this until the Portuguese get there. The Portuguese give us some pretty good accounts of all of this, but they're already retrospective. Why? Because when the Portuguese conquer the city in 1511, they make it clear to the Muslim residents that they're no longer welcome. So there is a kind of mass flight of the Muslims from Malacca. And as a consequence of this, of course, a lot of the Gujaratis are gone by about 1520. A lot of the other Muslim merchants from elsewhere, including Bengal, which is the third area in India from which you have a presence in the city, are also gone. Okay? And what are left, actually, and they're going to eke out a painful existence through the 16th century, are the Tamils, the Klings. And we actually have some interesting documents, for instance, this very intriguing document, which is a petition signed by the Tamil merchants of Malacca, and you can see it's written in Portuguese, but then at the end you have a set of signatures in Tamil, in which you can identify about 8 or 9 different names of Tamil merchants, including 2 or 3 who were the greatest merchants of the time. Perhaps the greatest surviving merchant by this time was somebody called Suryadeva Nayanar. And Suryadeva was actually the great merchant for trade to the Moluccas and for the high-value spices, which is to say cloves, nutmeg, mace, coming from eastern Indonesia. There had been another great merchant called Setu Nayanar, who had committed suicide not long after the Portuguese took over, because he attempted to become a go-between for them. He was disappointed, and apparently he decided to take his own life. So we have, therefore, these indications. We have a specific type of port city here with a specific morphology that you can see. But my argument will be that it is not a typical morphology. It's not the morphology which you're going to see reproduced necessarily time after time in other port cities. So let me warn against the idea that Malacca is, in some senses, the archetype of the port city. It is not. It is a specific port city which has some resemblance to other port cities in the region. So, for example, the medieval port city of Samudra Pasai, which is in Sumatra, on the other side of the strait, Here we have got a set of basically inscriptions from the medieval period. We have one travel account, which is Ibn Battuta, who was there. But we don't have a richness and a density of materials. And so what you actually get is a certain, shall we say, Western Southeast Asian type of port city with a specific type of morphology. So, as I said, it's important not to imagine that one can immediately generalize this into other parts of the Indian Ocean. So let me very quickly come to a second example, which I'll pass on very briefly, but I want to just give you a sense of this very different port city. Right? So this is the port city of Hormuz in the Persian Gulf. It is in an island which is located off the coast. Now, it's a very interesting and strange island in many respects, which in fact did not have enough fresh water to keep its population going, and so it was even obliged to bring fresh water from the mainland. It is located next to a much larger island called Keshm, which is much more defensible, which has substantial agriculture. But Hormuz has a particularity, which is that it controls the Straits of Hormuz in a very strategic sort of manner. And in the 14th century, the ubiquitous Ibn Battuta was, of course, here too. And in the 14th century, it emerges and it becomes a place of great significance. You have a set of rulers who are ruling from a palace which is at that northern tip facing the Iranian mainland. And we actually have a whole set of very interesting sites which have been excavated over the years by Iranian and other archaeologists. We have tomb sites, we have gardens, we even know now where the polo ground was of the Shahs. And it's also interesting to see, for example, certain kinds of mythical sites which exist. For example, the mythical green prophet Haja Khizr was extremely important in Hormuz, and so there are actually sites which are associated with him in this place. So Hormuz, in a way, dominates the entrance into the Persian Gulf at that tip that you see there. So almost every ship that entered the Persian Gulf with the intention of going further up onto the Iranian coast or as far as Basra and the Shatt al-Arab was obliged to pass through Hormuz, and the Hormuz rulers actually decided not to be a nuisance, and instead actually decided to keep a very low tariff regime. And so their idea was low tariff, high turnover, you get your revenue anyway, right? Rather than having a high tariff, choke everything and try and squeeze the merchants for as much as you can. And several people who passed through Hormuz, including the Chinese Ma Huan in the 15th century, actually give us excellent descriptions. Perhaps the most interesting comes from a Timurid envoy called Abdur Razak Samarkandi, who in the 1440s was sent by Shah Rukh, Timur's son, as an envoy to Calicut, and eventually wound up spending some time in Vijayanagar as well. But he passed some appreciable amounts of time in Hormuz. He, of course, like most people, described it as extremely picturesque. It has this very unusual set of multicolored soils, but he also described it as an extremely difficult, inhospitable climate, and talked about the difficulties of being there. We have, in the case of Hormuz, in comparison to the case of Malacca, we have a much greater density of sources, and that allows us to actually get a much better understanding both of the politics of the city and how it functioned and so on, its morphology, and so on and so forth. We, in particular, have this text, which is yet to be edited by the Abdul Karim Nimdihi, who was an Iranian intellectual who circulated between southern Iran, Hormuz, and eventually spent a later part of his life in Gujarat. And Nimdihi has written several texts. He has written a chronicle, and he was also for a time the secretary of someone who many of you will have heard of, Khaja Mahmud Gavan, who was the Wazir of the Bahmani dynasty. He was his secretary, and so he actually wrote a number of his letters for him. So you can also find Nimdihi's hand in the Insha collections of Mahmud Gavan. So we actually have this set of materials. In the early 16th century, again, inevitably the Portuguese arrived there. The Portuguese are always looking for these strategic points that they can gain control of. And interestingly, because of that, we actually have a set of materials in Arabic and in Persian in the Portuguese archives which have been kept for us. Right? And these actually deal with the first interactions between the Portuguese and the rulers of this island. And what they tell us is that there was a dynasty of rulers going back to the 14th century, but there was also a set of wazirs who were extremely important, very powerful figures, probably more powerful than the sultans. And actually, in the early 16th century, when the Portuguese arrived, the Wazir of Hormuz is somebody who is called Haja Ata Sultani, Haja Ata. And this Haja Ata, several of his letters have been preserved. So here, for example, is one of his letters to Afonso de Albuquerque, the Portuguese governor, where he actually is telling him that he's admonishing Afonso de Albuquerque and telling him that he should behave properly, he should take the proper path, and that he is in touch with the viceroy who is his superior, and that he is in a position therefore to outmaneuver him, which he actually managed to do. Albuquerque tried to take Hormuz once in 1506-7. He was repulsed. And it was only after Haja Ata's death that he was eventually able to take Hormuz in 1515. But the Portuguese decided to do something there, which is to leave the Sultan in place and become a kind of a shadow power behind the Sultan. Now, we know something about the organization of Hormuz. In fact, we know a great deal about it. And we know that its morphology is quite different from the morphology of Malacca. There is no organization here by separate zones for different communities. Perhaps one curious aspect is slightly outside the town, we are told that there were a set of caves and there were Hindu yogis who used to live there. So it's rather interesting that Hindu yogis, presumably from Gujarat or Sindh, had actually made their way to this island. But we can see that this is a much more mixed space in terms of its manner of living and so on. Now, once the Europeans and the Portuguese enter in the 16th century and begin to deal with these different cities, they deal with them in different ways. So in some places, they leave the morphology, shall we say, broadly intact. In the case of Hormuz, interestingly, by contrast with Malacca, in Malacca you remember that they more or less told all the Muslim merchants to leave, right? And which had happened probably within 10 years of their conquest. In Hormuz, this was out of the question. If you asked all the Muslim merchants of Hormuz to leave, there was nothing there, right? So, in fact, they showed, from a pragmatic point of view, a much greater degree of religious tolerance there. But what is interesting is that in a whole number of other places, the Portuguese actually begin to deploy a solution of a certain type, and we'll see that this is a type which is going to become more and more significant, more and more important. And this brings me at last to my first Indian example, right, which is Kochi. Now, here the Portuguese enter by a rather particular route, not conquest, right? They actually sign a treaty with the king in 1500, ratified in 1503. They build a small fortress, and then they begin to do something which is going to become typical of a number of such settlements, which is they are going to actually partition the settlement, right? So there will be one part of the settlement which will be for the European residents, and then the other part of the city for the other Indian and other Asiatic residents. In the case of Cochin, what tends to happen is that the second part of the city is where the Raja lives. The Raja has his palace there, and all the people who are protected by the Raja also live in that part. And I'll come in a minute to some of the people whom the Raja protected. And then you have this part over here, which is, so this is what the Portuguese call Cochin de Baixo, which is the lower Cochin, and then you have Cochin de Cima, which is the upper part, which is where the Raja lives. And here the Portuguese start with a little fort, but then eventually they will wind up more or less building walls around the whole of the settlement, especially in the early 17th century in the face of Dutch attacks and so on. And this, incidentally, will eventually also become the Dutch settlement after 1663 when the Dutch take over Cochin. So this is a segregated city now, which has emerged, right? So it's taken an element of the morphology where different people live in different areas and, shall we say, exaggerated it and pushed it a step further. Interesting to see who winds up on the two sides, right? So, of course, you would say the Portuguese wind up on this side, but all Portuguese? No, actually it's a little bit more complicated than that, because one of the things which happens as we move into the 1520s and the 1530s and so on is that Portuguese Jews, who by this time are starting to feel the pressure of the Portuguese Inquisition, which is starting to consolidate around the 1530s, will often disguise themselves as Christians and wind up coming to Asia. They will wind up coming to the Portuguese settlements. Some of them choose to live in Cochin for a very obvious reason, because there is an existing Jewish community over there. So there's an affinity between the two. These Portuguese Jews have often, to an extent, lost their Jewish culture. So in fact, this is also an occasion for them to recover it. And of course, we know what remains of some of it, which is in Matancheri, the Jewish synagogue, much reworked and rebuilt and so on and so forth. We can actually reconstitute quite a few things about the history of this community from a number of different sources. I will just mention one text to you, a very interesting text actually written in Surat, not in Cochin, but it's called Notícias dos Judeus de Cochin, News of the Jews of Cochin, written in the 17th century, where the author, who goes by the name of Mosé Pereira de Paiva, that's not his real name, his real name is Pedro Pereira, but never mind. So he actually visited Cochin. He was had a typical profile. He was a diamond merchant. Right, and of course this also accounts for his attraction to Gujarat. So he was a diamond merchant, traveled in the Indian Ocean, and recovered this history of the Jews of Cochin, where he lays out some of the elements that we know, that there were different kinds of Jews who had existed before the 16th century, the Sephardic Jews who arrive subsequently, and of course he catches the very beginning of a new process, which was of course much discussed by Oshin Dasgupta in his first book, Malabar and Asian Trade, which is the arrival of the Baghdadi Jews into Cochin in the 17th century, and then who consolidate their position in the 18th century. Here's an example of a set of Jews who arrive with the Portuguese, right? So this is a family which in Portugal, in medieval Portugal, goes by the name of Ibn Yahya. And so you have different members of it. Jacob ibn Yahya is the transitional figure who lives through that difficult moment of the suppression of Judaism and the sort of semi-expulsion of the Jews in the late 15th century. And then later on, as you come down into the lower generations, they take a different surname. Some of them keep the name Ibn Yahya. These are people who go to the Ottoman Empire. And then there's a whole bunch of people who come to India. And the ones who come to India take two different names. Some of them call themselves Pinto, and some of them call themselves Castiel. And these Castiels are incredibly important figures in Cochin, because we know that they became the chief ministers of the Rajas of Cochin. Right? And the Rajas of Cochin treasured them because they were extremely well informed about Portuguese activities. They were extremely capable in terms of negotiating and so on and so forth. And eventually the Portuguese are going to become so disturbed by these people that in the case of the second Samuel Castiel that you see over there, they will actually organize a raid from their part of Cochin to the other part of Cochin, go to Samuel Castiel's house and kill him. Right? Because they can't really cope up with the fact that this man is providing constant advice to the Raja. So you actually have these people who might have come as settlers to Portuguese Cochin, but don't remain there. They actually traverse this frontier and go back and forth between the two sides of it. And in a similar vein, when the Dutch take over Cochin, you have a somewhat similar phenomenon, which is to say you do have Europeans who stay on the Dutch side, but you also will have Europeans who traverse and go over onto the other side, some of whom actually wind up working as mercenaries, some of them working in other capacities. So you can see now that I'm developing an idea of a second distinct type of city, which is the European city, which is a partitioned city, right? But this type of city, which has emerged now in the 16th century, does not become the dominant form of port city in the case of the Indian Ocean. And by the way, let me remind you that in the case of the ethnogenesis question, I mean, there is always the question of asking, for instance, these Portuguese Jews, or New Christians, as they're sometimes called, if they've ostensibly converted, which side of the ethnic divide do they actually stand on? Are they to be counted as Portuguese, or to be counted as not Portuguese? For certain purposes, they see themselves as the one and the other. So let me come to perhaps my preferred example of Indian Ocean port cities, right? And which shows you the survival of a different style of port city well into the 18th century. And this is the city of the auspicious city of the Bandar-e Mubarak of Surat in Gujarat. This is a map from the 18th century, drawn by a Swedish visitor to Surat, Christoph Brad. And you can see that by this time, Surat has taken on a certain shape, right? So if you actually look at this concentric circle, so you have the river. So the city is not right on the ocean, unlike, let's say, Cochin or Malacca. It's actually up the river. And so, in fact, those of you who know the area will know that if you go up the river, on the other bank, the left bank, you have Randed. And on this bank, you have Surat, right? Randed is a little bit further up. Now, what you actually have here is a city where you can see these two concentric circles of fortification, which some observers in the 18th century claimed had different names, these two walls. The outside wall was built later. The inside wall seems to have existed already in the 17th century. And then, if you actually look at it, there is a little fort at the middle, and I'm going to come back to that fort. Now, Surat was a city which existed certainly in the late 15th century, early 16th century. It was less important at that time than Randed. But in the course of the 16th century, it grew to become more and more important. And in fact, fortunately for us, we have a number of different sources for it, including the sources of the Portuguese, who had a big problem with Surat, because this was a city which they wanted to control but never managed to control. Right? So this is a Portuguese drawing of Surat from the early 17th century, a failed expedition against the English in Surat, which took place. So at the heart of the matter is what used to be called the Surat Castle. And this is quite unusual because there are relatively few artillery fortresses in port cities in Asia which are not built by the Europeans. And this is an artillery fortress which is technically not built by a European, though he's a sort of European. Right? So who built this castle? Who built this fort? It was built, by the way, it's being renovated these days in a slightly Disneyland style. So for those of you who want to pay it a visit. So this was a fort which was constructed in the 1540s. So before the Mughal conquest, the Mughals conquered the city in the 1570s. But before the Mughal conquest, there was already this fort. So who was this fort actually constructed by? And we know because the person who built this fort is buried right there in the Marjan Shami Roza. He was actually an Ottoman, right? But he was a complicated Ottoman. He was an Ottoman who came from southern Italy, from Otranto. And he was one of those Christians who had probably been, as a child, picked up and taken into the Ottoman Empire, grew up as an Ottoman and as a Muslim. He was called Khaja Safar, but he had the title in Gujarat of Khudavand Khan. And he built this fortress, he said, to preserve Surat and to preserve its city from the depredations of the Firangis, from the Franks, because the Portuguese used to come, sail up from Goa, come up the river and bombard the city. So it was to preserve them from that. So what happened then was that eventually he wound up being killed in a combat against the Portuguese. He decided to be buried here, but what is actually interesting is that this is a double tomb because there is a second person buried here. And the second person who's buried here, whose name actually is on the tomb, is somebody called Sidi Marjan. Sidi Marjan was an East African, right? Was an Ethiopian who was present in the area of Daman, where the Ethiopians had a very important settlement between the 1530s and the 1550s. He too fought against the the Portuguese, and he's described in the Portuguese in the Arabic chronicles of Gujarat as a mujahid and also as a shaheed, because he was eventually killed by the Portuguese. But his people brought his body and put him in the same area. And interestingly, the Jesuits in the late 16th century visiting Surat said that of the two people who were buried, it was actually Sidi Marjan who was more important, because it was believed that he had all kinds of powers. He could protect sailors, he could give fertility to women, and so on and so forth. So in fact, there was a whole cult. Now, we can see Surat very clearly from a slightly later period, slightly before Brad's map. And this is, of course, the famous Surat cloth map from the city palace in Jaipur. Right? This is a wonderful map, not in the European style, not exactly proportionate in terms of its topography and so on, but it has this great virtue, which is that every site is marked. And every site is marked in 2 languages. So every site is marked in Persian and in some form of Hindi Rajasthani. So you have the 2 versions, and you can see that the center of it is the fort. You can see that there are sites around the fort, the mint. There is the residence of the city governor, the darbar of the city governor, and you can see you can get a sense of every place. Now, just to give you very rapidly then the chronology, 1540 Surat is fortified, 1570 is the Mughal conquest, 1630s there's the great famine in Western India, which is a big shock for Surat. There is then subsequently in 1660s a major attack by Shivaji and others, which has also an effect. So Surat is going to live through one crisis after another, but always somehow manage to survive. In 1690s, there's a whole bunch of European pirates who show up in the Western Indian Ocean and begin attacking its shipping. Again, in the 1730s, there is another crisis, which again, Das Gupta has discussed. And eventually, of course, in 1759, it'll fall under the control of the English with the so-called Castle Revolution, when a local notable of Central Asian origin, as it happens, Mian Achan, is going to be a go-between by which the English can take over the castle. So here, again, is the sense of it. You have this organization in quarters, with names, for instance, Sayyidpura, which you have over there, Salabatpura, Rustampura, which is named for a great Parsi entrepreneur called Rustamji Manakji, living in Surat in the 17th century, who actually helped to finance the ransom which had to be paid to Shivaji in the 1660s in part. Begumpura, which is named for Jahanara Begum, the daughter of Shah Jahan, who had shipping interests and some interests in this area. But actually, if you look at Surat, and this is thanks in particular to one of our Japanese colleagues, Hiromu Nagashima, who has gone through and very carefully listed every site that you can find, you can actually see that once again, this is not a city which is organized by ethnicity. It's not as if different people of different ethnicities live in different areas. There are, of course, an organization by great Havelis of significant personages. There is an organization by certain kinds of other aspects, so sometimes by profession. So you can see that there is a place which is called Kagazipura, which is presumably where the paper makers lived. There is a place for the fish sellers and so on and so forth, but it's not organized, as I said, by necessarily by ethnicity. There is, of course, something which you can find here which subsequently disappeared, which is a very interesting thing, which is the huge site of a particular Sufi silsila coming from southern Arabia, not the most famous of the Sufi silsilas that we have in northern India, not the Chishtis, not the Naqshbandis, but the Aidarusis. And the Aidarusis seem to have had the hugest establishment in Surat at this time from the 17th into the 18th century. So this is a city then which I would describe as organized schematically somewhat like this. You have the Mughal state, which is present, has its governor and so on. You have the East India companies, which come in the early 17th century. You have the magnates, of whom there's a limited number at any given time. But then you have smaller people, brokers, merchants, peddlers, artisans. But the morphology of the town does not, as I said, follow ethnicity. We have a density of documents for Surat, enormous density, much greater than probably for any other port city, I would guess, for the 17th century, including some surprising things. Recently, Muzaffar Alam and I worked on this particular letter, which is a letter which is written by 3 Gujarati bania merchants from the 1650s to someone whom they thought was the King of England, but they were not aware at this time that Cromwell was ruling England. So they still call him the Padshah and so on. And they complained to the ruler of England about the fact that they are being badly treated, especially by the Dutch. And they asked him to help them out against the Dutch. So they sign on the back with their names in Gujarati, and then you can see they're called Chauth. One of them is called Chauth, one of them is called Tulsidas Parekh, and one of them is called Benidas. And they sign here, as I said, in Gujarati, but the text itself is written in Persian, presumably by a Persian scribe whom they had access to. So this is not uncommon then also to traverse these linguistic frontiers in terms of a Gujarati bania merchant writing to the English king is essentially adopting the same conventions and manners of writing that he would where he were addressing a Mughal governor or the Mughal emperor. Right? We have, as I said, a big density of such materials. We have the Dutch materials starting from the early 17th century, listing some of the great merchants. In 1615, we already have a significant list. To just give you a very quick sense of also the evolution of these merchants. Different merchants dominate at different points in time. There's a great diversity of them. There are Banya merchants. There are, for instance, Virji Vora, who is a Jain merchant, a very important figure through the middle decades of the 17th century, a great broker as well, not a ship-owning merchant, so far as we know, but who allegedly leaves a fortune when he dies of rupees 8 million in 1660 in current terms. Is an enormous amount of money. And so it's really a mixture of different kinds of factors. You have Haji Zahid Beg, who is the Shah Bandar in the 1620s and who trades very extensively across the Western Indian Ocean and so on. Of course, the locus classicus for all of this, need I remind you, are the various works of Ashin Das Gupta, his book on Surat, and then his collected essays, which came out about 2 decades ago. But there's also some interesting other little things which I want to mention to you. Armenian historians have of late become more and more interested in Surat and have found many, many traces of an Armenian presence there. So the Armenians show up there. We don't know exactly when, but probably in the late 16th, early 17th century. We know there were Armenians who were significant in the Mughal court, roughly from around that time. This is an Armenian tomb from Surat. The Armenian cemetery is located right by the Dutch cemetery. And this is not a coincidence because the Dutch and the Armenians actually had very extensive dealings. And there were a significant number of intermarriages between the Dutch and the Armenians. The Dutch, arriving in the first couple of generations, did not have Dutch women with them. And so they would seek out women who were at least Christians. Perhaps not Protestant Christians, but at least Christians. And so very often the alliances which they would make, as you can see over here, would be with some of the significant Armenian go-betweens in Iran as well as in India who were willing to actually engage in these dealings. So, as I said, huge amount of density of materials. We also have the famous shipping lists, the Dutch shipping lists for Surat, where for certain years you can get a listing of all the ships coming and going in the port, which means actually that the Dutch had a spy in the customs house, right, who was giving them this information. And so they were listing not only, as you can see over here, not only the ship, but actually the rough cargo. How many mons of this, how many packs of that, and so on. So you can actually really retrace some of this in detail. So the Armenians remain important all the way into the 18th century. The Dutch listing of the great Armenian fortunes in 1750. You can still see there are some big Armenian fortunes over there. And they are just one of many such groups. The Armenians, let me remind you, function typically in a multilingual environment. They function in Armenian, but they always function in Persian. So in fact, that's one of the great advantages also of dealing with the Armenians, which is the Armenians can act as your go-between in dealing with, let's say, the Mughals or with the Safavids or whoever you wish to deal with. Surat, as I said, is a great city because it has this heavy density of accounts, heavy density of texts. I've written in some detail about this particular text, which is of a Frenchman who showed up in Surat in the 1640s. Now, the advantage with this Frenchman is that he didn't have a community, right? So since there was no group of Frenchmen to whom he could turn, he was obliged to constantly deal with other people. And it's interesting to see who he has affinities with and who he doesn't. It turns out his greatest affinities are with the English for some reason. Apparently there were French-speaking English merchants in the English factory at that point in time. And in a similar fashion, when we actually look at the details of a number of the other communities, we will see this again and again, which is the porosity of the dealings. So, for example, here is a map showing Surat at the point when it was attacked by Shivaji, right? And if you actually look at this site, you will see that by this time, 1660s, there is an Armenian church, there is an English factory, but there are also places, a sarai, in which the Turkish merchants and the Armenian merchants live together, right? So you can see that, again, the separation by ethnicity is far from being complete. We can again track some of these Armenian merchants in great detail. I won't go into extensive detail with regard to some of this. The great figure, Khoja Minas, we can actually track him from the time he was traveling with Boulay Leguz, whom I just showed you in the 1640s, his death in the 1680s, and so on and so forth. So I have a lot more detail. My time is beginning to run out, so I just want to give you now a sense of how the fortunes of a city such as this, its morphology, its composition, and so on shift. First of all, of course, the city's outreach changes with time, right? So its connections are of one sort in the 16th century, of another sort in the 17th century. Just to give you one example, from the 1640s, Surat begins direct trade with Manila. And so once you get this direct trade with Manila, you get dealings with, of course, the Spanish government on the one hand, but you also presumably then have people going and coming back and forth. By the way, the Surat dealing with Manila, the Armenians are very useful for this, because in Manila, in the customs house, you get a reduction if you're a Christian, right? So you pay lower tariffs if you're a Christian than if you were, let's say, a Muslim or a Hindu. So we have materials like that. We see again the connections. Eventually, some kind of peace is made with the Portuguese. Right? The Portuguese began by attacking this place, but by the time you get to the 17th century, the Portuguese have become a secondary power. They're negotiating. The Portuguese have a representative there who buys and sells horses. The Portuguese are there buying and selling diamonds. We saw that with the Portuguese Jewish merchant who was there. You have even people like the sons of Khoja Nuh, the son of Khoja Minas over here, dealing with the Portuguese. And so this big diversity that you see of the trading of a place like Surat by the 1680s, is trading with a whole bunch of different places, very large number of ships. By the 1690s, there are roughly 111 ships coming and going from this port, gives you a sense of this diversity. And this takes me eventually to my last example. So we've seen that you had the Malacca style of city, you had the Hormuz style of city, already somewhat different from one another. Then you saw the Cochin partitioned city, which the Portuguese begin to try to introduce in the 16th century, but which does not become the dominant form. Surat, I would say, still remains the typical or more dominant form of port city, not separated by ethnicity, not partitioned, and so on. Say if you were to go to Machilipatnam on the Coromandel coast, you would find something much closer to Surat, perhaps. But eventually, that is not going to be the type of city which will be the dominant city as comes to emerge in the latter half of the 17th century and the 18th century. And to give you an example of the latter style of city, and not only because Sudha Gopalakrishnan is here, let me say a few things about Chennai or Madras, right? So you can see here, again, it has a certain resemblance to Surat in the sense that the core of the matter is a fort, right? Created by treaty with the local ruler, Damarla Venkatappa Nayak, in the around 1640. the settlement then gets built around the fort. So this looks like it might be Surat, but no, it isn't. It is a very different kind of city, because what eventually happens, and this is a problem because it's oriented north-south this way. I mean, this is the normal way in which you would see Madras, right? Oriented north-south that way. You can still see the fort in the middle. The Fort St. George still exists. But this is, again, a city which is the segregated, partitioned city, right? It is the partitioned city where the area around the fort will eventually become the White Town. And then as you move out from there, as you move out into Tiruvallikeni, to Triplicane and so on, you are into what is called the native city, the Black Town, and so on. And as we push further and further out, this is essentially what happens as the city eventually expands. There is one complication, of course, in the case of Madras, which is that there was a pre-existing settlement. And that pre-existing settlement is to the south that you see over there, just to the north of the Adayar River. Right? And that is this settlement, right? And this is the settlement of São Tomé, which the Portuguese had settled in the 1510s. So they were there before the English. And eventually what is going to happen is that this Portuguese city will be incorporated into the English city. So what you will get is then the White Town, the Black Town, and then this, dare I call it, Mestizo Town, because the Portuguese have been there already for 5 generations. It's more Catholic in its orientation. And of course, this is, of course, eventually in the 19th and 20th century will become the very bastion of Brahmanism, which is Mylapore. So this is then a complicated city incorporating different elements, but fundamentally working with that partitioned city as a concept. Partitioned city, which the French in Pondicherry will, furthest to the south, will also work with in the 1680s, 1690s. And we can see this eventually when we get to read some of the non-European accounts of Madras as it emerges, where it's the indigenous populations, sometimes some other people talking about living in Madras in texts in Telugu or sometimes in Sanskrit even, right? And I just give you one little last example. This is a kind of an imaginary text where 2 Gandharvas are flying over South India and doing a kind of bird's eye view of different places. They start passing over Udupi and places like that. And eventually they come to Chennapatnam, to Madras. So there are these 2 Gandharvas, one of whom is a pessimist and one of whom is an optimist. So the pessimist says, here's a populated city filled with evil people, mostly Hunas, devoid of all virtue. There is no one worse than Hunas in this world. They are merciless. They treat Brahmins with contempt as if they were no better than blades of grass. Language cannot express their vices. They care nothing for rules of purity. So this is your downside of the European presence. And then the other one replies, look, even these people have their own excellent qualities. They never take others' money unjustly by force. They speak no falsehood. They create marvelous things. So the aspect of the marvelous and the wonderful. They punish offenders in their own manner according to rule. Observe these virtues even here among the Hunas with their many flaws. Of course, this is a kind of an ambivalence with regard to the Europeans, which persists well into the 19th century, and dare I say, well into our days. Thank you very much.
Really mesmerizing.
Thank you, sir, for that extraordinary bird's eye view that brought to life the port cities of the past and its people. May I invite Professor Gitanjali Sarvendran to propose the vote of thanks.
Would you be able to take a few questions? Okay. Well, although we haven't included in the program, but I think it would be fair to give a little chance to members of the audience to maybe pose a few questions. So we will do this for 5 minutes. We can't do more than that. Any question that you would like to ask? Please identify yourself and please make your question very short. We'll take 2 or 3 questions. Yes, please. If you can stand up, please, and speak into the mic.
Yeah, you do now.
I would have thought that an account of this maritime area would have started with the periplus of the Erythraean Sea of like 78 AD or whatever it was. And secondly, who were the Hunas in that last section? Because I associated Hunas with people from the Caucasian areas.
Okay. Any other question? Yes, please.
Shail Mayaram. Thank you, Sanjay, for that galactic presentation and your thoughts. I had two quick questions. One is, what about the ports of the rivers, on the rivers? I mean, thinking globally, Frankfurt on Main, the Mississippi, the Yangtze River. You know, there's a kind of liminal port as well. Secondly, on the segregated city, you know, you factored in ethnicity. Of course, you raised a question about that in the beginning, but there's also, I think, religion, and especially if one looks at the Islamic city, you know, the division into, you know, various kinds of quarters, you know, the Jewish quarter and you know, various other kinds of quarters. So it's more complicated. And I think in the South Asian case, you know, the very nice you know, image you had of Surat. So caste is also coming in, and artisanal, you know, there's an interface with that. So before and thirdly, I just want to say you didn't say anything about cosmopolitanism. Yeah.
Okay. One more question. Inviting. Anyone from this side? No? Yeah, please.
Hi, good morning, sir. Sir, my name is Shauban Ahmed, and though my question is not directly on the topic, but in one of your interviews, I saw that you were talking about global historians. So, what do you mean by that? And my second question would be
one question, please.
Yeah,
please. One question. We don't have time.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Professor Subramanian.
Yeah. Sorry, I think we have to have that conversation separately. It's not what I'm talking about today. Okay, the global historians. Happy to talk to you separately. With regard to the other questions, very rapidly, you'll notice that my focus essentially here is on the later medieval and the early modern. That being the case, I think that indeed one could go back to the periplus, and we could go back to much earlier periods, and I think that perhaps Will Dalrymple will take us there presently. Right, so that's the reason why I did not deal with it. I'm focusing here on a period which is starting in the 15th century. The Hunas are the Europeans here. Of course, the Hunas as a term is used sometimes derogatorily, even for the Muslims in some of the Sanskrit texts of the period. Right. There are different terms which are used, but so the term Huna, with its of course origins being what they are, in Central Asia, eventually becomes transferred and becomes just as the term, for example, Yavana, which is Ionian, therefore Greek originally, is something which moves and gets transferred. Again, it's an interesting example of ethnogenesis, if you like. Right? River ports. Yes, actually, this is an interesting separate study that I'm in the process of actually completing with Muzaffar Alam, where I think we are trying to rethink something which relatively few people have worked on, which is the Ganges as an axis for the Mughals. It's not something which is very well known, but apparently there was an idea, somewhat discussed, to transfer the Mughal capital to Allahabad. With the logic being that it was a much more central place and it was much better located to control the Gangetic Valley and so on and so forth. But eventually it came to nothing. But it was something which was up in the air. But if you follow the Ganges, indeed, you can see that. You can see that with Banaras further down, Patna, and then, of course, technically, after all, even Calcutta and Hooghly are river ports, not oceanic ports. Yes, to be sure, a complete view should also do that, but I think I had enough on my plate already. The Islamic city is something which I'm a little skeptical of as a concept. I don't think there is such a thing as an Islamic city. There are Islamic cities. There are many kinds of different cities that exist in the Islamic world, but I think one would be, hard put to move from Rabat in Morocco to a random city in the Mughal Empire to Yogyakarta and say, that they have morphological features necessarily in common. But it's certainly true, and I do hope that I did bring out the fact that religion is very much of a factor, and in fact, it's a constant presence in many of these things that I've talked about at various levels, whether I'm talking about the Jews in Cochin or et cetera, et cetera. Cosmopolitanism was something which I was sort of leaving in a way for people to tease out from what was out there. And I think I've actually taken my position on this already in writing. I believe that cosmopolitanism is not a concept which should be limited to the European sphere, as some historians like to do, claiming that in a way only Europeans are capable of cosmopolitanism. I think that if one actually takes a sufficiently large definition of cosmopolitanism as it is presented even by writers in the 17th century, you can see that many of these cities actually do fit the thing. And I'll just leave you with a single little anecdote. There is a very interesting little short story by a French writer called Bernardin de Saint-Pierre in the 18th century. It's called The Café of Surat, and in which he talks about how there was a cafe in Surat, and comes back to your other point, in which people from different religions came, and they all debated, and each one put forward his religious point of view, and they all got into fisticuffs, and there was a tremendous fight, and so on and so forth. And then, of course, at the very end, the wise man in the place said, well, all of these religions are equally true or equally false. They are merely different ways of taking you towards the same truth. And so the person who emerges as triumphant is what in Enlightenment terms would be called a deist, right? Someone who abstracts the essence from various different religious traditions. But what I found very interesting is that Bernardin de Saint-Pierre, who traveled a lot, when he wanted to choose a fictional location for this dialogue, what did he choose? Surat.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Subramaniam.
Good morning. Let me begin by this vote of thanks by sincerely offering my gratitude on behalf of the organizers and everyone present here to Professor Sanjay Subramaniam for making this very long trek to Delhi and for delivering a characteristically erudite keynote address. So thank you so much. I've been reading Professor Subramaniam's work, as I'm sure many of you have in this room, since I was a young student, 20 years ago. And as I sat down to draft this note, I just thought back to an article that was particularly influential that you wrote in 1997 on connected history, and I see this in your latest book as well. And in it, among the many things that you say, you talk about how it's not just bullion and firearms and mercenaries that are doing the rounds and crossing political boundaries, but also ideas and mental constructs. And I feel like that is and therefore, we should focus on connected history rather than, separable or comparable histories or comparative history. I think that's particularly important because it opens up a world of possibilities we hope to explore in this conference. Thank you, too, for sharing your latest work. If I'm not mistaken, it's from your book, Across the Green Sea, at least some of it. And many of the things you've said about shifting boundaries, detailed typologies of port cities, which could apply to other things besides, instability of categories like ethnicity and so on, I think all set a very good tone for us for the next 2 days. So thank you so much. I want to take this opportunity to extend a special thanks to Ambassador Shyam Saran, President of the ISE, who through his leadership and vision have given us this space, a space to discuss and debate issues, not just of academic importance, but of importance to the public discourse in general. In every way, I think ISE remains a very important space in this city in our times. Thank you, too, to the director of the ISE, Mr. K.N. Srivastav, who through his good cheer and unrelenting support and his attention to details made this conference possible. I express my gratitude to the International Research Division led by Dr. Sudha Gopalakrishnan and colleagues Niharika Gupta, Arpan Guha, Amita, and many others. To them goes the credit of converting ideas to action, for they have extended the invitations, coordinated between advisors and invitees, and handled the logistics. A committee of advisors, the organizing committee for this conference, met several times to discuss various aspects of the next 2 days. Thank you for your time and your advice and support. The programs office, led by Tete, is an institution in itself, so thank you for your efforts. A really successful 2-day conference actually serves to hide all the tremendous efforts of the various ISC divisions over months prior, so thank you for all your effort. Over the next 2 days, a number of scholars will be presenting their research work, their labors of love, to an open audience. I thank them for the gift of their research and for sharing it with us in advance. And finally, a very big thank you to the audience for your presence and for your engagement. May this conference spark many ideas, tell many stories, and send us in directions we had not previously considered. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gitanjali. Now I invite Dr. Sudha Gopalakrishnan to honor the speaker. Yes, just a moment. Yes.
Doing and going across the ocean. Why is it that there are no Indian navigation?
There are.
Engines.
Huh? Yes, yes, yes. I mean, not a huge
Sanjay, you
number.
are supposed to get up for this.
So, tea is served outside. Please join us. And we'll reconvene in 15 minutes for the next session, the first working session where Professor William Dalrymple. Yes. So, welcome back to our first working session, which we are going to have Dr. William Dalrymple speaking on from. Now, I can't pronounce this, so this is a good chance to embarrass myself. From Berenike to Ajanta, the Romano-Egyptian connection to early Buddhist art of South and Central Asia. And we're very excited about this talk and very privileged to have with us as chair Dr. Alok Tripathi, who I'll just introduce in 2 lines. He is currently Assistant Director General of the Archaeological Survey of India and is Professor of History at Silchar University in Assam. He's the first underwater archaeologist in India and has led many expeditions and discoveries, conducted extensive studies on ancient trade routes, studied shipbuilding technology, and he's authored and edited over 17 books, including Studies of Northeast India, the collected works of Subharsi Malik, Maritime Heritage of the Indian Ocean, Expressions in Indian Art, Essays in Memory of M.C. Joshi with B.R. Mani, and on India and the Eastern Seas. So I don't think there could be a better person. He has research papers on rock art, museums, amphorae, and Chinese porcelain, among other subjects. I won't go on. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Please excuse me for my throat. So we have today our first speaker, William Dalrymple, born in Scotland, a prolific author whose books I need not to repeat. I am sure that audience here is aware of that. And most of his books are award-winning. And some of the very famous are The Age of Kali, White Mughals, Last Mughals, 9 Lives in Search of Secret in Modern India, Return of a King, The Writer's Eye. He is very actively engaged in editorship of a number of publications, presently working on his e-book. And
new book is called The Golden Road.
Golden.
Coming out in October.
Yeah. And in the morning, we were wondering about the early phase of maritime activities, periplus. And here he is going to take us to the very recent findings in excavations which are being conducted on the Red Sea port, Berenike. From there to Begram, the famous findings of 50 to 125 CE, the hoard and the beautiful collection. And from there he takes us to the early paintings of Ajanta, Cave 10. And then he tried to trace that how these maritime connections were affecting the art traditions. And he poses some very genuine questions from where we get the real information. And earlier we have seen that means in the historical sources, we have a lot of information in the written form. But he is venturing in an area where the written records are very few, and based on the material evidence, their interpretation, based on the antiquities, he is going to try to visualize the actions and ultimately to reach the actors of those paintings. So I invite William to make his presentation.
Well, first of all, pity anyone who has to follow the great Sanjay Subramaniam, but fortified by 3 IIC samosas, I feel I have no option but to take on the task. And in my favor, I am mentioning the periplus, which someone wanted to hear about. I'm sure everyone here is aware of these extraordinary new discoveries at the Red Sea port of Berenike, discovered 2 years ago by Steve Sidebottom's Chicago team. They show an extraordinary face of the Buddha in a sculpture mined from marble in what is now Turkey, showing strong influence of Gandhara in what is now Pakistan and Afghanistan, but probably made in Alexandria in what is now Egypt, for a sailor who was probably from India. It's a cliche that Gandharan art is cosmopolitan, another word that was missing according to one questioner. But this piece is so multinational and so multi-religious in its connections, that it's a perfect symbol for what we now know about the astonishing internationalism and sophistication of the trade and the interconnections passing up and down the Indian Ocean with the winds of every monsoon. This Buddha here has solar rays coming out as if he's a sun deity like Sol or Mithras, of which there are many on the Levantine coast. And his hair is what Marianne Bergman nicely described as tortellini curls, which I think perfectly captures it, but made with a drill, which is never used in Gandhara. So very definitely probably made in Alexandria, Egypt. And this is part of an increasing body of finds that are turning up at Berenike from an Indian trading milieu, Tamil Brahmi pottery graffiti, has one naming a Tamil visitor calling himself the chieftain Koran, Prakrit and Sanskrit inscriptions found at the site, recording the visits of several other Indians, deposits inevitably of dal, rice, coconuts, coriander, tamarind, and then a whole series of huge 10-kilogram pots containing several thousand black peppercorns from India, perhaps indicating that the merchants preferred their own cuisine to the foul mesdames or whatever was on option in the Red Sea coast in the 1st century. And these discoveries in Berenike are part of a remarkable renaissance in studies of the Indian Ocean world and its connections, which over the last 2 decades has illuminated the scale, the surprising scale, of the contact between Roman Egypt and India. As you all know, thanks to the monsoon winds, it's in fact very easy to travel between the Red Sea coast of Egypt and the mouth of the Indus, the Gujarat ports, and Kerala, Muziris, Bruch, and so on. Indian traders heading west used to arrive with the trade winds in the early summer and ride the summer monsoon home in August. With the winds behind you, the journey from the mouth of the Red Sea, where the Houthis are currently in operation, to Gujarat could take as little as 40 days. Though if you missed the winds, the round trip might have taken as long as a year and forced you to spend a prolonged holiday on the Nile. The equivalent overland trade routes by camel caravan through Afghanistan would take at least 3 times as long. And since the Battle of Actium in 31 BC, we all know from our Shakespeare, Antony and Cleopatra committing suicide, and Egypt absorbed into the Roman Empire. And this gives Rome a sea border with India and the Indian Ocean trade, but not only between these 2 points, Egypt and India, but on the way, of course, also Ethiopia and Aksum. This is from some of the newly exhibited sculptures from Amaravati, and seem to show Aksumite or Ethiopian envoys, maybe at the Satavahana court in this story, in this Jataka story, and these guys in very courtly short tunics with cornrow hair, standing very tall, being introduced to the king, probably reflects a whole world of which we have only very small hints. There have been scholars working at this from many different directions, not just historians and archaeologists, but those working on the ancient economy, classicists studying Roman plays and novels, as well as numismatists, historians of science, Buddhist scholars, and Sanskritists. And what you're seeing is this desire to get, by the Romans, to get their hands on the luxuries and the wealth of India. Ever since Alexander had opened up the road, the Greeks had fantasized about this place where gold was dug by gigantic ants and guarded by griffins, as Herodotus put it. And since the Battle of Actium opens up this highway, this maritime highway, the people of the Roman Empire begin to become eager consumers of Indian goods and luxuries, particularly the spices of southern India and cotton from Gujarat. It is the Ptolemaic rulers before Rome who build the two great Red Sea ports, Myos Hormos and Berenike, but it's after Actium in 30 BC that the scale begins to change, and we see massively increased interaction between the two. According to the Greek Alexandrian geographer Strabo, Roman control of Egypt led to a 5-fold increase of shipping heading to India compared to the Ptolemaic period that preceded it. Formerly, he says, not even 20 vessels ventured to navigate the Persian Gulf, but now large fleets are dispatched. He notes in a much quoted passage that 120 boats left for India every year from the port of Myos Hormos alone. Pliny, a little bit later, writing just before the eruption of Vesuvius in 79 AD, is upset by this trade. He's a puritanical naval commander, and he disapproves of people putting pepper in their food, and even more so of Roman matrons wearing silks. He says, India is the sink of the world's most precious metals. There is no year in which does not drain our empire of at least 55 million sesterces. So great is the labor employed, and so distant is the region drawn upon to enable our Roman matrons to flaunt see-through clothes in public. Thus, he says, is India brought near by greed and by women's decadent need to follow the fashion. Poor old Pliny ends up dying in the eruption of Vesuvius shortly afterwards, and so no longer had to look at see-through silken garments for much longer. The traffic also brings Roman embassies, and you can see some of them on Trajan's column, arriving to discuss maybe balance of payment problems. There are references in novels from the period and plays to Indians among the audiences of shows and games in Alexandria, and one classical author, Xenophon of Ephesus, writes about an Indian Raja who'd come to the great Mediterranean port to sightsee and train, and who seemingly possessed a home in the port. Alexandria was, after all, the hub where goods from India and the Red Sea were received and were exported across the Mediterranean to Rome and beyond. Now, the principal source for so much of the figures that have been spun to try and illuminate the scale of this trade comes from this one document, whose origins are obscure, maybe from the site of Oxyrhynchus, where so many papyri have been discovered now in Vienna. And the document, there's much argument and discussion about it, and the figures are all in a state of academic flux, but it seems to have been drawn up by an Alexandrian-based Romano-Egyptian financier for the purchase of goods from an Indian merchant in faraway Maziris on the coast of Kerala. It's a fragmentary loan contract and shipping manifest that follows the standard template used by Alexandrian shippers for such orders, and which gives a detailed assessment of the fiscal value of the cargo being imported. In particular, it gives details about one cargo sent to Berenike all the way from Maziris aboard a particular ship called the Hamapollon. But what caught the attention of historians is the jaw-dropping value of the goods in question. The exports include tons of ivory, 4 tons, maybe the sort of thing that ended up being made into the famous yakshi from Pompeii, which was buried along with Pliny in the eruption at Vesuvius. The ivory alone is given the value of 7 million sestertii, at a time when a Roman soldier would have earned about 800 sestertii annually, and a would-be senator from the cream of the Roman aristocracy had to demonstrate assets of 1 million sestertii to be allowed to stand for office. The consignment also included a valuable shipment of 800 boxes of aromatic nard used in the manufacture of perfume, a consignment of tortoiseshell, and 790 pounds of Indian textiles, probably cotton, then considered a luxury product, more valuable than silk. The total value of the 150-ton shipment has been calculated as worth 131 talents, which, according to one historian who studied it, is, quote, enough to purchase 2,400 acres of the best farmland in Egypt or a premium estate in central Italy. A single trading ship, such as the Hermapolon, could apparently carry several such consignments, each worth a small fortune. No wonder then that Pliny mentions cohorts of archers, which were carried on board such ships sailing to India to offer protection against the Houthis of their days, the pirates in the Red Sea. One successful shipment of this value could turn the merchant behind it into some of the richest men in the empire. And that was not all. According to the papyrus, the import tax paid on the cargo of almost 9 million sestertii was worth 2 million sestertii. Working up from these figures, the economic historian Raoul McCaughlin has estimated that by the 1st century BC, Indian exports into Egypt were probably worth over 1 billion sestertii per annum, of which the tax authorities of the Roman Empire creamed off no less than 270 million. Some scholars, such as Matthew Cobb, who's now becoming the great historian of this period and who's written innumerable books on the Red Sea trade, have queried some aspects of McCaughlin's calculations, but there is a consensus that the scale of the trade and the customs take is hugely larger than was previously thought. Revenues on this scale surpassed those of entire regions. McCaughlin notes that Julius Caesar imposed a tribute of 40 million sestertii after his conquests of Gaul, while the vital Rhineland frontier, defended by 8 legions, cost Rome an annual figure of 88 million sestertii. If the figures in the Maziris Papyrus are correct, and there's no reason to doubt them, the custom taxes raised on the trade coming through the Red Sea would alone have covered around 1/3 of the entire Roman imperial budget. Enough to administer the legions from the lowlands of Scotland to the borders of Persia and from the Sahara to the Rhine and the Danube. These calculations have been much debated, but they certainly made it into the introduction of the latest edition of the Oxford Guide to the Roman Economy. The implications of this unprecedented scale of direct trade between India and Egypt are enormous. The sea trade between Rome and India was clearly an immense operation, dangerous and complex, but highly profitable. Contrary to popular notions about overland Silk Roads, and this is the always rather slightly irritating map that you see in books, which completely bypasses India. It's shown to be this sort of apparently eternal road that stretches from the China Sea to the coast of the Mediterranean. According to this idea, India is left out of this. But if you actually look at finds of Roman coins, you get a very different picture. It seems now more and more clear that it was India, not China, that was the greatest trading partner of the Roman Empire. It's also clear that the main arteries of early east-west travel lay less overland through a Persia often at war with Rome, and much more across the open oceans via the choppy waters of the Indian Ocean, and then punted often up the Indus and its tributaries. This is why only a handful of Roman coins have ever turned up in China, just a few scattered finds and one single hoard of uncertain date containing 16 coins representing different emperors from Tiberius to Aurelian. On the other hand, Roman coins are found today by archaeologists in India in their thousands, and have been ever since the 18th century, when the East India Company factors in Madras first reported discovering what they called 5 coolie loads of Roman gold coins, as well as some thousands, they reported, of silver coins. And to this day, Kerala and Tamil Nadu particularly, hoards turn up still with the trowels of the archaeologist. So if the scale of this contact between Roman Egypt and India was so much larger than previously recognized, what are the implications for art history? Scholars have talked for over a century about Hellenistic, Greek, and Roman influence on the art of South Asia, particularly visible on the sculptures of Gandhara. But maybe we should be more precise than that. If all the shipping and most of the trade reached India and the Mediterranean was coming from the Red Sea ports of Egypt, what are the signs of specifically Ptolemaic, Romano-Egyptian, and Byzantine Coptic influence on Indian art and culture? This raises further questions. How far should we regard Egypt at the time as simply a subservient part of Rome? And how far should we look at it as a semi-independent agent with its own pre-existing and long-standing connections to India, Bactria, Gandhara, and Asia? Certainly we know that there were Egyptians working this route. Certainly we know that there were Italians from the far side of the Mediterranean working this route. Hang on, we've lost the slide in question. The Petici family of the Abruzzi were the kind of Chianti Rome exporters of their day. And their wine has been found as far away as Carthage, but one of the Petici's agents seems to have left his graffiti in a rock shelter halfway between Berenike and the Nile, as you can see in the top of the left-hand slide. And in their hometown in the Abruzzi, north of Rome, we have this fabulous gravestone of a dromedary carrying wine, and apparently across the desert. So presumably this is how the wine that the Petici sent to Alexandria down the Nile made it to the Red Sea. And there are frequent references to one of the few exports that Indians were interested in buying, other than just getting Roman gold, being wine. And there seems to be a very thirsty appetite from an early date. And the Periplus, to bring the Periplus into it, particularly mentions the considerable appetite. Plus, there's another Oxyrhynchus papyrus has a version of a play by Euripides, a kind of transposed Iphigenia in Taurus, where the action is moved to India, and where the heroine escapes, having got the Indians drunk, and they all start slurring in the speech. So there seems to be a running joke that rather like sort of whiskey drinkers in Daman and Diu on the edge of Gujarat, that there was a considerable appetite for Roman wine in early India. Yes, what should we be looking for here? Again, old cliches about Apollo being the origin of some of the Gandhara Buddhist images, but increasingly art historians are pointing not to classical Greek or Macedonian or Bactrian models for the Gandharan sculptures, but specifically Roman. And this slide, I think, shows very well that in the drapery how similar a Gandharan matria can be to a statue of Augustus. And then we have, of course, the famous Peshawar Trojan horse on its little wheels on the right. Peter Stewart has written a fascinating paper trying to distinguish Greek and Roman influence, which is very difficult to do. But he's found specific compositions based on Roman friezes, and especially sarcophagus lids dated from the period of Augustus, which seem to show that what we're dealing with, the kind of influence that we're dealing with in Gandhara, is not classical Greek, going back, as the Raj art historians like to imagine, to Alexander the Great, but instead to exactly what's being produced at the same time in Rome and in Egypt. But how can we find specifically, what should we look for when looking for specifically Egyptian influence? And here Naman Ahuja has written two fascinating essays, one in Marg, a special issue of Marg a couple of years ago, when he starts looking for specifically Romano-Egyptian gods. Now, the first sign of Roman influence is in the famous libation trays. At the top two, you've got two from Taxila. On the bottom, we have one from Alexandria with Horus. Now, these may well be a specifically Egyptian influence on the very beginnings of Gandharan art. But it's when you start looking for specifically Ptolemaic Egyptian deities as Naman did in his fascinating paper, that we begin to see the influence of objects specifically from Egypt rather than the wider Roman Empire. And in most cases, the gods are not the great gods of pharaonic Egypt so much as syncretic Ptolemaic deities that make their presence felt later in the late Greek and Roman period, especially Serapis and Harpocrates and Isis. And again, in Bagram, in the famous hoard found in what is either a royal treasury or a merchant's storeroom, depending on your taste, we find again specifically Egyptian images. Here is an image of the Pharaoh's lighthouse in Alexandria. Here we have Egyptian glass with images of the harvest made in Alexandria. A gladiator on the right, an image of the harvest on the left. We have specifically Egyptian porphyry turning up from Mons Porphyrius, the great source of all porphyry, which was an imperial monopoly. These are Naman's images and his work that I'm quoting here. And then you have specifically these three gods, Serapis, Isis, Harpocrates. Harpocrates, shown with his finger touching his mouth, sometimes two fingers, turns up left. There's a small image in Taxila. Center, right is one of Hariti's children from Gandhara, now in the British Museum image of Hariti. These very small children from different cosmologies line the side of that image. Near here, in the Matra Museum, you have an image interpreted as Rishishringa with two figures on his mouth, which seems to echo this Harpocrates from Antinoe in Upper Egypt. Here again are various takes on this. And look at Isis and Hariti. In the center slide, you have an image from Antinoe in Upper Egypt from the 1st century of a nursing Isis. And here, to left and right, very similar Gandharan images that are extraordinarily alike, including the drapery, the baby, the hand raised. Ditto Serapis. On the left, we have a Serapis found in Bagram. On the center, contrary to what the caption says, the center is an Alexandrian, is a Gandharan Serapis, and here is Serapis from the main center of his cult in Alexandria. Serapis also appears on Kushan coins. So this is a specific set of Egyptian deities that were not worshipped widely elsewhere, except among Egyptian expatriates, which are now turning up on coins made by the imperial Kushans in the late 2nd century AD CE. Also in this famous Met plaque, which Navina walks past every day on her way to lunch, there is the famous image of Osho's Shiva on the left, but also Serapis, or possibly Zeus, on the right. But what I'd like to focus on, and which I'm very interested in, are these images from Miran, which is a Gandharan site, but over the other side of the Himalayas, in the Tarim Basin, near Yarkand and between Yarkand and Kashgar. There's a long art historical bibliography about these wonderful images dug up by Aurel Stein in the 20s, sitting for long undisplayed, but now the best ones are up in the National Museum. And art historians have talked about some of the gestures being Persianate. There is some iconography of various Jataka narratives that go back to Bahut and show a bit of Indian influence. But as Aurel Stein recognized, there is very heavy Coptic influence. And it is the Coptic art that I'd like to focus on now. Not only does it look very Coptic, there is a signature of an artist called Tita, which may well be a version of Titus. So you might have an expatriate Romano-Egyptian artist traveling through Gandhara and making it all the way to very near to Kashgar. They're wonderful things, but look particularly at the way that the lips and the eyes are drawn with those dark strokes with the red underpinning. And in this wonderful Cupid that again looks very classical. Now you find similar iconography also in Gandharan sculpture. Compare the figure of the Buddha to this Gandharan sculpture with a very similar hairdo and moustache now in the British Museum. But compare it also to Coptic textiles. These are Coptic textiles which have actually turned up also in the Tarim Basin, and look particularly at the lips, how the red of the lips is done with the black line breaking it. And again, this is very similar to what you find done more finely, but in the similar sort of style in the Al Fayum portraits. Look again at the lips here, at the eyes, and look at the curls in the hair fashions, in the coiffure. This particular Coptic hanging is now in Austria. But this is the one that I love best of all. In the center, you have a bodhisattva from Miran. Left and right of him, you have images of Coptic saints from the monastery of St. Jeremiah, Saqqara. And look at this strange way of doing the chin, which I've never seen anywhere else, this circle for a chin. And there it is at Miran, exactly the same, with the same red and black eyes. It's very, very close. Here again, compare our National Museum Miran Buddha on the right to the Saqqara Jeremiah on the left. Very, very close parallels. And then, here is the National Museum gorgeous Buddha with his disciples on the top, and here's a fragment of a Coptic papyrus of Jesus and his disciples underneath. It's the same composition. It's very close. Ditto, this again is the National Museum. Look at this compared to the mummy portrait. Because remember, so many of these Gandharan sculptures would originally have been painted. We always imagine them as that dark schist, but that was not how they originally were. They were painted, and I suspect the paint, as is shown in this very rare example of a painted, I don't know whether it's stone or whether it's terracotta, but anyway, you can see the colouring is not dissimilar to the Fayum portraits. So there are various other items that have turned up in the Tarim Basin, not far from Iran, which are the textiles, Kushan textiles, very rare. There's this famous trouser leg on the left with this figure with a spear coming off the top of his shoulder with a very classical centaur on the left. And then you've got these two other, probably Kushan textiles, which are now in St. Petersburg and were found in a Hun grave, a Zhongnu grave. But again, look at these three-quarter profiles, these mustachioed faces, this slight air of melancholy. And we're now going to go to Ajanta, but not to the famous, familiar Cave 1, 6th century images, but to the much less well-known but fascinating Cave 10 images, which were recently beautifully restored by Ashok's colleague, Manager Singh. But then in the way of the ASI, not publicized at all. This amazing achievement was made and beautifully conserved, and then it never, and I literally just walked into Cave 10 4 years ago, saw these, realized I'd never seen them in any publication. And they are a completely different style, but very close to those Kushan textiles. The cave, we know, was dug around 150, 100 BCE. These judging by the Kushan textiles, might be 100 years later, 150 years later. Same three-quarter profiles, same slightly melancholic attitudes in their faces. Am I imagining that air of melancholy? It just seems to be something as is part of a shared world in some way. Let's put the two together. Here is the Kushan textile in St. Petersburg. There is the Cave 10 figure of a guard. This seems to be part of a wider aesthetic and visual style which plays out over a vast Hellenized region at this point, visible all the way from Palmyra through Parthia, but which, judging by these Cave 10 images, may have extended to Satavahana territory at this period. And the reason we've never seen them is that early British restorers helpfully covered them with varnish, which then got instantly clouded with bat shit, and so have never been in any book of Gandharan, never been photographed in any book of Ajanta paintings. And they are extraordinary, very early, and probably the oldest Buddhist paintings in existence. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know any older. And they're incredibly important. Malinjit Singh did an extraordinary job. He wrote it up and said the paintings were so fragile that in some places there was a great fear even to touch them with the hand. In some places the pigment was found completely detached from the ground plaster and the stone surface. But he worked away, and they were open to the public in March 2014, I think. And they are absolutely extraordinary things. Here again, this is Cave 10. Look at that compared to the Kushan textiles. Here we are again. These three-quarter profiles, this slight Hellenism, this air of melancholy. In illustrating three stories from the Jatakas, the early artists open a window on an age which otherwise obviously remains completely dark and shadowy to us. We see the costumes of this very early period. The king of Varanasi, to go back to him on the left, for example, wears a cotton tunic of strikingly Central Asian appearance, wrapped around the waist with a cummerbund, while on his head he wears a turban wound around his hair and twisted into a top knot. And John Guy, in the recent Tree and Serpent catalogue, has drawn parallels with that and some of the sculptures in Kanagalahali. The king has a bow with a quiver of arrows that you can see on the left. The guards are bare-chested, but wrap Antaria lungis around their hips and are armed with spears and bows and bell-shaped shields, decorated with emblems of half-moons and shining suns. And the different turbans of the different ranks are shown with great care and seem to be an important indicator of status, and different materials, some with red and gold stripes, others pure white, are delineated with great care. As in Miran, there is an intimacy, a classicism, and a striking realism, combined with this haunting wistfulness of the features of these faces. As with these other images, we are in a world so astonishingly lifelike that even today, even in reproductions, they can make you gasp as you find yourself staring eyeball to eyeball with a silently watching soldier who could have fought off the Bactrian Greeks, or a monk who may have seen the sculptures that Sanchi carved. So realistic are the faces of the people depicted, so direct are their expressions, that you feel these have to be the portraits of real individuals, glowing still with the flame of eternal life. There's none of the idealization or the otherworldliness of the Padmapani. There is instead something deeply hypnotic about the soundless stare of these silent, often uncertain Satavahana faces. Their fleeting expressions are frozen, startled, as if suddenly surprised by the king's decision to loose his arrow, or by the nobility of the great elephant breaking through the trees. The viewer peers at these figures, trying to catch some hint of the upheavals they witnessed and the strange sights they must have seen. but the smooth, clean, humane, Indo-Hellenistic faces stare us down. Perhaps the most disconcerting thing about these images is that the people in the murals appear so astonishingly familiar. 2,000 years after they were painted, these faces convey with penetrating immediacy the character of the different sitters. The alert guard, the king caught in the excitement of the hunt, the obedient son fetching water. Indeed, so contemporary are the features, so immediately recognizable are the emotions that play on their lips, that you have to keep reminding yourself that these are sitters not from our world, that they are pigments attached to the wall of a cave, and depict a court and a jungle world of hunters and hunted, Buddhist monks and devotees that vanished from these bare Deccan hills 2,000 years ago. Yet, self-evidently, these are the same people who inhabit these hills today. Looking at the images, you cannot help but feel the great distance of time separating them from us, and yet we find in their eyes an emotional immediacy that is at once comprehensible. Some of them look strikingly like the guards who admit you to the caves. Indeed, while the glass coverings were being removed to allow the photography for this piece, the guards joked among themselves about which painted king most looked like which guard. The women on the cave walls were wearing the same bangles that the Banjara tribes of these hills still stack on their forearms, and their dupattas are decorated with fringes of tarkam or paitani, still popular in Maharashtra today, as are the fish-scale kham textiles which clothe the hunters in the Sham Jataka. It is odd and eerie to stare into the eyes of men and women who died more than 2,000 years ago, but odder still to feel that their faces are somehow reassuringly familiar. One final word to take us back to where we started, Berenike in Egypt. The sharp eyes of Pier Brancaccio recently spotted that the circular pattern in one of these images, here we go, has the circular pattern on two of the shields, or the textiles covering the shields, on the guards from the Shama Jataka and the Jadanta Jataka, are very similar to fragments of Indian cotton textiles found in Steve Sidebottom's trenches in Berenike, bringing us back full circle to the point we began, which seems to be the key to understanding the links which joined the two. Thank you.
Thanks, William, for taking all of us to a fascinating journey 2 millennia back through the textile, coins, sculptures, text, and also trying to find out the influence these connections had on Indian art. I'm sure there are going to be many questions. We still have few minutes, so I would request please be short and pointed in your questions so that we
I
can
would request please
more.
don't be pointed. Please.
Can somebody give him a mic?
So here's a microphone.
Thank you very much for your brilliant talk. It was a journey for all of us through this ancient India road. The only question I have is that you have mentioned time and again Gandhara, Iran, Kushan, Mongolia, Bactria, Egypt in your presentation. And it looks from your presentation that the ancient India absorbed more from abroad rather than India giving to these countries. And what was the delineation of India that time, 2,000 years back?
Okay, so two different questions.
We can take all, and then you
I'll
reply.
forget them, so and then they're good questions. So what is India at that time? So, I mean, you all know this better than I do, but, well, when Xuanzang arrives in Jalalabad from China, which he regards as the border of India, he talks about it being the border of the 5 Indias, a region of 70 countries. But he sees it as a region, a coherent, understandable geographical and cultural unit. He's crossing into India, even though it's the 5 Indias and it's 70 political units. So he's very clear that there's a thing there, which is one region, even if it's politically very fractured, as it remains for most of its history. What was the second question? The absorption. So I've just written a book which is coming out in October all about the reverse, about the influence of Indian art in the centuries that follow. But at this point, yes, you're definitely getting influence coming in initially at this period from Persia and from the Hellenistic. But what you're seeing over the next 1,200 years is Indian ideas going out in all directions, up to, with Buddhist art traveling through Central Asia, through Gandhara, into the cave paintings of Central Asia, then along the Silk Roads to, if you want to use that phrase, so along the roads to China, then the sea routes leading, there's a very neat passing of the baton, because when you have all the disruption to the Mediterranean trade in the 5th and 6th centuries, and, for example, you can chart very exactly when Rajasthani and Sri Lankan garnets stop reaching Merovingian France. And there have been very detailed studies of this, which happens at exactly the moment that Myos Hormos and Berenike are abandoned in the 5th century. This is the same period that you begin to get a great increase in the traffic going eastwards to Savanabhumi, to the lands of gold. It's then that you see the Okeo excavations coming up with, first of all, Indic trade goods, and then later Buddhist, and then later still Hindu, culminating ultimately in Borobudur and Angkor Wat by the 12th century. So there is enormous spread of Indian ideas, learning, literature, and art forms in the centuries that follow. But I think at this period, you are definitely getting influence coming in as well.
Any other question? Please.
There's a microphone coming.
Thank you for the excellent presentation. My question is, you mentioned that in the 5th and 6th century, there was a disruption in this maritime trade. When the Portuguese arrive in the much later, they see that there's a flourishing trade even then. So does the maritime trade continue to flourish, or through the centuries afterwards as well?
So this is all highly controversial work, and there are different scholars will give you different answers to that. But my view certainly is looking at particularly the garnet trade and the closure of the Red Sea ports, that you get you get a kind of period of about 150 years when it stops. Then, by the time that these areas become part of the new Islamic world, the Young Umayyad Caliphate, then the Red Sea trade kicks open again. And I think several papers we're going to hear today will be talking about the Jewish and the Arab traders heading down the Red Sea. So that begins again. What I'm very interested by is that when this ends in the 12th century, obviously you have the different Turkic invasions coming down from Afghanistan, but it seems to be as important, if not more important, is the Mongol invasions, which are often ignored, particularly in popular accounts here. And the Mongol invasions do 2 or 3 important things. One is that they send millions of Persian-speaking refugees down into Delhi. So in Housecasts, you get a madrasa, and you suddenly find Delhi becoming a major Persianate language and learning center. Secondly, India is cut off from Central Asia. There is a hostile border with the Mongol world as the Khaljis and everyone fight. And thirdly, the Mongols punch through from Mediterranean to the China Sea. So finally, in the 13th century, you do get a Silk Road, which is born through the activities of Genghis Khan and his conquests. And that seems to be what replaces the old, or certainly supersedes in some extent. It isn't a complete break at all, and maritime trade continues without it. But this interesting idea that the Silk Road does exist, but only really gets going properly when there's no borders, which happens only after Genghis Khan in the 13th century. And that's not a world which India is part of. at least initially.
Thank you. So with this, now we end this our first technical session. We may continue during the break.
Happy to take any questions at all.
Yeah.
This is all still in flux for me too, so this book is
I
not
invite
finished.
Niharika if there is any announcement.
So thank you for this wonderful discussion, for conducting it, sir. Yes, may I invite Dr. Gopalakrishnan to honor our speaker.
Come here.
Somebody's left a bag. Yeah. If anybody, if this bag belongs to anybody, let us know. And please join us for lunch. Oh, sorry.
We had the cold evening in the Rose Garden today.
Yeah, so please join us for lunch outside the seminar rooms, and we'll reconvene at 2 o'clock for the second working session. Thank you very much. 2 o'clock. दोनों या just the PPT?
One is PPT and one is just the introduction.
Should you want to just play it from this?
No.
Or we don't take it out.
I don't want to
Bio.
show this. Bio is okay. I'll just speak about it and presentation I'll show.
नहीं, but इसको copy नहीं कर रहे. इसी pen drive से ही करे, ठीक है? ठीक है. तो you will be first, no?
Mine also, how do you work?
Yours should be on the desktop.
Huh?
Wait a second.
So the bio doesn't go to the display, no?
No, it won't be in the desktop. Okay. This is yours. Okay.
Yeah, so how, and then how do I, for
We'll do the slideshow view. Where's the person? Where's the person?
Display. Where is the missing speaker?
Wait, this Avinindra is the one who's just coming in. I'll just pick
Can
it.
we exchange places? Can we exchange places? Because mine is
Please come a bit. Why don't we come here and change the...
I will. Don't.
I got it.
No. Everybody will get 20 minutes. So 20 minutes are almost but you can show this wind up.
Sure.
So welcome back for the first afternoon session of the conference. And we have 3 very exciting papers lined up, and the theme is Buddhism, but they're going to cover different ground chronologically and geographically. I'd like to just tell you a little bit about the 3 speakers for this session. Sudha Gopalakrishnan is Executive Director of the International Research Division, India International Center, a PhD in Comparative Literature and Drama. Dr. Gopalakrishnan was Founder, Director, National Mission for Manuscripts, Executive Director of Sahapedia, an online encyclopedia on Indian culture, which I think most of us know about, and worked with the IGNCA and Sahitya Academy. She has 8 books on the performing arts and literature and translations from Malayalam and Sanskrit, and she's also one of the leading figures behind the organizing of this conference. Professor Shashi Bala is Dean, Bhavan's K.M. Munshi Center for Indology, and Chair, Acharya Raghuveer, Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, Delhi Kendra. She specializes in India's cultural contribution to the world, Sanskrit in global perspective, history of the arts, Buddhism, and cross-cultural connections across political boundaries. She has published 25 books and 110 research papers, curated exhibitions, designed courses, and traveled widely to document Indian cultural relics abroad. She is a recipient of the highest civilian state award in Mongolia, the Order of the Polar Star. She is President, International Council of Cultural Studies, Bharat, and founder member, International Buddhist Confederation. She was visiting professor at the National Museum Institute, where she taught art history for 15 years. And she's also been guest professor at Bristol and Ural Federal Universities and consultant at the IGNCA. Our third speaker is Professor Batar Kitinov. He is a leading research fellow at the Institute of Oriental Studies, the Russian Academy of Sciences, and he specializes in the history of Buddhism among nomads. I'm really glad we're bringing the nomads into the conference. He also specializes in Tibetan Buddhism and Buddhism in Russia and Central Asia. His research encompasses religion, politics, ideology, and identity. He received research fellowships in the UK, India, and LEAD International. He is a member of international associations and served as cultural envoy of Mongolia in Russia. Dr. Kitinov has delivered lectures and seminars worldwide and published extensively in various countries. So these are our 3 speakers, And it's my pleasure to invite Dr. Gopalakrishnan to present her paper. There will be 3 presentations of 20 minutes each, and after that we will have about half an hour for discussion. Sudha, over to you.
I go there? Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon to everybody. I'm going straight into my topic, which is Gandavyuha, a text, for a Buddhist text, a story of travel, reconnaissance, and revelation. So today, this is about this book, manuscript, in fact, a manuscript that traveled across Asia, and a character within the text who also traveled in search of Buddhist, the supreme knowledge from the Buddhist heritage. It's a Mahayana text called Gandavyuha, an Indian Buddhist text ascribed to the 1st century BCE. Written originally in Sanskrit, the manuscripts and the ideas it presented traveled across continents, initially in Southeast Asia and later to the other parts of the globe as well. And its content also, like I said, deals with travel, of course, of a different nature. I want to say at the outset that this reading of my text started about 5 years ago. It's a Sanskrit text. When I wanted to visit the Borobudur temple near Yogyakarta in Java, I knew that the temple had panels of Lalita Vistara, the Jataka stories, and also Gandavyuha. And since I knew that also it had more than 500 panels out of the 2,700 relief panels in Borobudur, so I wanted to know what the text contains and what it is all about. Looking up the name, I saw that it's a well-known text among the Buddhist scholars and is located in the Avatamsaka Sutra, a Mahayana text called in English as the Flower Ornament Sutra, which describes the activities and practice of bodhisattvas. Gandavyuha is the final chapter of the Avatamsaka. It has captured the imagination of scholars and seekers worldwide and translated into different languages and also relieved and seen in multiple sources also. So, Gandavyuha starts with the travels of Sudhana, a wealthy merchant, seeking perfect knowledge, the way of the Buddha and the Bodhisattva. Through his journey, Sudhana meets more than 50 people from different areas of life, all enlightened Buddhas or rather Bodhisattvas, who are called Kalyana Mitras, good friends, people of high wisdom. At the end of this journey, both physical and spiritual, and after these meetings with Kalyana Mitras, Sudhana experiences an illumined vision when he meets Maitreya, the future Buddha, and lastly Samantabhadra, the Bodhisattva. Coming to the geographical origin of the Gandavyuha, about the text, the origin of the text is in South India. As in the text, Dhanyakara, Dharanikota in Palnadu district of the present, located in Amaravati, is the name of Sudhana's hometown. It is his birthplace, the place where the journey begins and it ends also. Scholars ascribe this to the Dhanyakataka in the Ikshwaku dynasty, a city near Amaravati where Buddhism is said to have thrived in those days. So the characters of the Gandavyuha are from different sections of society, the Kalyana Mitras that I'm talking about, and different occupations, perhaps in touch with urban centers during the middle period of Indian Buddhism. Of the 41 locations visited by Sudhana and mentioned by name, 19 are referred to as Nagara, town or city. Sudhana begins his quest in Dhanyakara, which is called a Mahanagara. This term no doubt implying a substantial urban center. Coming to the theme of Gandavyuha, at a glance, Gandavyuha is about a quest and its completion, and the whole action happens in South India not so much as a geographical area, I would like to say, but also as an imagined territory. At the outset of the text, there is a spectacular description of the Buddha in Samadhi in Jetavana, the Jeta Grove, where bodhisattvas from different Buddha fields, Buddha Kshetra, visit the Buddha and encounter the illuminating experience of entering the Buddha field of Mahakaruna. After this experience of the Buddha's Mahasamadhi, described in highly evocative terms in the text, the Bodhisattva Manjushri leaves the Buddha's assembly and goes to the south. Manjushri, while visiting Dhanyakara, gazes upon this young boy called Sudhana and identifies Bodhisattva qualities in him. Having stopped in his city, he preaches the Dharma to a large congregation of people, and as he is leaving, Sudhana recites verses praising him and asks him to show the way to enlightenment. In response, the Bodhisattva says, and I'm leaving the quotation for want of time, at the behest of the Bodhisattva Manjushri, Sudhana takes to traveling for years and years, meets with 52 good friends as spiritual guides in his quest for enlightenment. These visits start with the country of Ramavaranta, where he meets Meghashri, who in turn sends him to the next one called Sagara Megha, then to Supratishthita, to Megha, and so on. The Kalyana Mitras Sudhana encounters in these locations are of many different types. Among them we find 5 monks, a nun, a Brahmin, a perfumer, a homeless wanderer, a mariner, a teacher, a goldsmith, 3 princesses, 2 queens, 2 kings, 5 bodhisattvas, and 10 goddesses. There are men like Avalokiteshvara, and also powerful women like Queen Asha, Princess Maitrayani, Vasumitra skilled in languages, earth goddesses, night goddesses, a courtesan named Vasumitra, Gopa the wife of Buddha, Maya the queen mother, and lastly 3 most significant ones, Maitreya, Manjushri, and Samantabhadra. So while these are all mostly spiritually advanced teachers, Maitreya, the future Buddha, leads him to the divine tower, a special place called Kotagara, indescribable but still described with great reverence as the Gandavyuha's vision of supreme reality. This experience envelops Sudhana with delight, making him see eons, realms, beings, bodhisattvas, and Buddhas, and he himself. I can't help quoting this small little quotation. So, a metaphorical representation of Dharma Dhatu as a supreme array. So, to quoting this passage, to quote, when he went into that Kotagara, in the middle of the great tower, he saw the billion world universe, and everywhere there was Sudhana at Maitreya's feet. Thus, Sudhana saw Maitreya's practices of transcendence over countless eons, kalpas. He saw the whole supreme manifestation. He was perfectly aware of it, understood it, contemplated it, used it as a means, beheld it, and saw himself there. It's a wonder that he's talking about an experience, a kind of divine experience, but talking it also in terms of a highly physical reality, like a architectural space, which also represents the, so there's a lot of complexity there in the imagining. So coming to the spread of the text to other parts than India, Gandavyuha has gone early in the first half of the first millennium to Nepal, China, Japan, and Indonesia, and now folios of manuscripts are spread across archives in some universities in the West also. So manuscripts, the Chinese translations, the first evidence of the text is in Chinese catalogues of the Buddhist canon, composed in the 6th, 7th, and 8th century CE, where it is recorded that it was first translated into Chinese by the monk Shen Qian sometime between 38 and 408 CE. The second translation in Chinese was soon followed in 420, and it is entitled the chapter on the entrance into the Dharma realm, Dharma Dhatu Praveshana Parivarta, and it was translated by Buddhabhadra and his team of translators as the final chapter of the Avatamsaka. Then again it was translated between 695 and 699 by a Khotanese monk, Shikshananda, and his team of translators. The fourth and the final Chinese translation was completed in 798 by the Kashmiri monk Prajna, and it is based on an expanded and no longer extant Sanskrit version belonging presumably to Shubhakara Deva, the king of Orissa, who sent his personal copy as a gift to the emperor in 795. Thomas Cleary, the translator of the Avatamsaka Sutra, in a brief discussion says that these additions appear to be explanations or amplifications of the text which may be attributed to Prajna and his assistants. Or maybe it is that the king of Orissa possessed an expanded version of the Sanskrit text, we don't know, it doesn't exist now, no longer extant in the surviving manuscripts. This hypothesis assumes the possibility of an undiscovered Sanskrit version, which we can still look for, corresponding to Prajna's translation. So coming to the paintings, it seems that none of the existing works of art are based on the Gandavyuha, date from the period when Avatamsaka Buddhism was at the height of its spiritual influence, but all date from a later period of revival. For example, I'm quoting something which I think going to skip. Apart from handwritten text, there are paintings on palm leaf and scrolls, woodblock printing, sculpture, and relief panels on the grand theme of Gandavyuha. There are 57 leaves of the manuscript available in the Freer Gallery of Art, the National Museum of Asian Art at the Smithsonian. Now coming to Tibetan translation is the next earliest evidence of the Gandavyuha after the Chinese translations. Following the initial translation efforts in the early 9th century, after several centuries of textual transmission, the distinct Tibetan Kanjur collections began to emerge in the 14th century, and textual variations found in the Gandavyuha reflect transmissional variation, all stemming from one original single Tibetan translation of a Sanskrit text. So coming to Japan, Japan has a very long history with the Gandavyuha and the Avatamsaka text. The propagation of the Avatamsaka doctrine in Japan is supposed to have started with the arrival of the Chinese monk Tao Xuan of the Qigong sect in 736 CE. He wrote commentaries on the Vinaya texts and was also part of the translation team that assisted in translating the sutras from Sanskrit into Chinese. What he brought to Japan appears to be the sect which is the first information on Avatamsaka Buddhism in Japan. Skipping more. On the occasion of the consecration of the great Buddha in 752 AD, the officiating monk was an Indian, a Tamilian priest named Bodhisena, who seems to have been inspired by Manjusri's teaching, went to China and to Japan. Bodhisena had an interesting life, which unfortunately is not part of this conference, but should have been, I think, or maybe in another time perhaps. At the ceremony, interesting overseas music and dancing, mainly from China and Korea, are supposed to have been performed. And in the small shrines where the 6 Nara sects are placed, I'm skipping and reading, there are quite many figurines mentioned in the Avatamsaka Sutra, and also doors painted with gods of morning and night, Bhikshus, Sagara Megha and Sarvadhwaja, and also the 3rd and the 7th of the Sudhana's Kalyana Mitras. Then there is a 10th century account of a Buddhist chronicle, of which the 3rd and the last part are devoted to a description of temple festivals. It gives a description of the Avatamsaka ceremony, and more than 50 figurines representing the Sudhana and his Kalyana Mitras, more than 50, each about 7 or 8 sawn in height, were dressed up in brocade costumes and put on display on a platform, while nuns recited passages from the Gandavyuha. So this ceremony was called the ceremony of the sages. In 54 scenes, so I'm describing that which I'm leaving. There are references to several paintings of Sudhana and his sages, which clearly demonstrate a revival during the early Kamakura period. The story of Sudhana seems to have had a spiritual significance and the ceremonial value in the meditation hall of the Kozanji, where another mandala of Sudhana and his Kalyana Mitras adorned the walls. In this building stood a shrine containing a wooden statue of Sudhana. Then there are scrolls, there are hand scrolls illustrating the pilgrimage of Sudhana in 54 scenes in darkness and light. First of these shows Sudhana receiving his first instruction from Manjushri, and the 53rd shows the final visit to the Bodhisattva Samantabhadra. Now I'm also describing where these are available in the National Museum Nara, Fujita Museum Osaka, in Setsu Inosuke in Tokyo, in the Sugawara family, and also in the National Museum in Tokyo. Coming to Nepalese manuscripts, during the 1950s, a number of illustrated leaves from a Nepalese Gandavyuha Sutra manuscript were acquired by various Western collections, which we are going to show some illustrations here. There are 38 leaves, 7 leaves at the Cleveland Museum of Art, 2 leaves at the Seattle Art Museum, then at the Virginia Museum, 4 leaves at the Asia Society, and so on. So these are the manuscripts belonging to Nepal, which are in the US collections in different places. Coming to Sanskrit manuscript and editions, we are talking so much about translations. There is no surviving Sanskrit manuscripts of the Gandavyuha from the first millennium in India. But reference to the Prajna's translation, which I mentioned, is important. The Gandavyuha Sutra first existed in India as an independent sutra in Sanskrit manuscripts, and this earliest version, was sent to China by the king of Orissa, who gave a copy to the Chinese emperor in 795, and this was translated by Prajna in 798. And then there is a complete Sanskrit manuscript that dates to 11,066 CE, 300 years later than the Tibetan translation. It has about 289 palm leaf pages and was sent from Nepal to the Royal Society, the society in London, by Mr. Hodgson, 1800 to 1894, in the early 19th century. So in the beginning of the 20th century, between 1934 and 36, T. Suzuki and Izumi came out with their first printed edition of the text. Suzuki followed this edition with select translations from the Gandavyuha and an analysis of the text worldview in his third series of essays in Zen Buddhism. And now P.L. Vaidya, using the Suzuki and Izumi edition, I'm winding up. So I'm not going into the secondary sources, and last para. Gandavyuha is the only one example to show how, while traveling across, one example I am giving, but it applies to many other manuscripts from India. While traveling across space, countries, regions, and continent, each text with an authenticity of its own, gets transmuted into new texts as adaptations and become new original texts, and a new ecosystem of knowledge grows around them. Depending on the moorings of specific contexts, these texts become popular or come to disuse, and in many cases they resurrect themselves during another time or another context. I'm concluding with what Bhavabhuti says about his own text. Bhavabhuti in his Sanskrit play writes evocatively about this aspect in one of his plays. The second 2 verses I am Utpasyatetu mamakopi samana dharma kalohhyayam niravathir vipulacha prithvi. This is a very oft quoted 2 verses. So if someone has no value for my work today, this effort of mine is not directed at that person. There is someone out there who's like-minded, and after all, time is infinite and the earth is wide. Kalohhyayam niravathir vipulacha prithvi. Thank you. There are some illustrations that I have. Okay. Yeah. I'll just run through this in 5 minutes. I'm thankful to Arpan for putting this together for me. So you can. No, I'm not explaining, just showing that. Arpan, 1 second. This way. These are the different Kalyana Mitras that he goes and meets during his travel. There should be a screen there. It's there. now coming to Borobudur is the panels.
Thank you very much, Sudha, for a wonderful presentation about a text that traveled and the protagonist that travels within the text and all the visual narratives and how they relate or perhaps do not relate entirely to the text. But thank you so much for that wonderful discussion. We move on to the next paper, which is by Professor Shashi Bala on the life and legacy of Atisha. I'm going to go there. So that I can see. Bio is not there. First I need bio. First I need bio. We can minimize it. Okay. Can it be enlarged? Yeah. No, it has lost its. So, a very good afternoon to all of you. Professor Upendra Singh chairing the session, Dr. Sudha Gopal Krishnan, Dr. Batar Kitanov, Shri Ram Saranji, and all the distinguished scholars in the audience here. It's a great pleasure to talk about to participate in this conference, Asia on the Move, Mobility and Making of Asia. So what does it mean, that making of Asia? What are the major changes that were brought because of mobility? My focus is on mainly about Buddhism, and in Buddhism, Tibet, and in Tibet when we talk about, then it's mainly Atisha, the most venerable master who has still been venerated over 1000 years. So all these masters, they traveled to distant lands. The journeys were so challenging. They were sacrificing their lives. So many people lost their lives coming to India or going from India to these countries. So there is a huge history about it. If we talk about a written history from China, you have more than 250 masters who went from here, from India to China, and more than 100. That is a written record. And those who lost their lives, those who are not, whose travelogues are not recorded, they have faded in history. So, how they changed Asia, what was the major change and how it was brought? Because India created an immense wealth of texts, temples. There were huge universities, monasteries. So there were great treasures. We are not going into details of all this. But the traveling monks, they built bridges.
when these monks were traveling and carrying the texts and the all kinds of arts, performing arts and visual arts and building temples began. So there was a complete shift from tombs to temples. If you look at pre-Buddhist period in all these countries, mainly because our study has to be based on whatever is the available records, whatever we have discovered from excavations or wherever, inscriptions, literature, scripts and all these things. So Indian culture, Buddhism especially, it played a great role in contributing towards formation of states, fulfilling the needs of the people, including rulers up to the masses. There was no idea of demeaning or destroying. They were very inclusive, assimilating, absorbing. So wherever Buddhism went, it absorbed the local ideas, the local ways of thinking. There are a number of texts, for example, from Tibet and Mongolia. There are more than 5,000 Sanskrit texts that are discovered. They all exist in Tanjore and Kanjur in Tibet and Mongolia, and more than 3,000 in the Tripitaka in China, in Japan and Korea, everywhere. So these are the proofs of the contribution of these monks. So here today I'm going to talk about Atisha because of his contribution to resurrecting Buddhism, what he did, what kind of a life he lived, where he was educated, under who were his teachers, and what kind of philosophy, the schools of philosophy he studied. So I just and why Atisha is so important, because he was born in the place where now it is in Bangladesh. The whole of his life was spent in the first part of his life is spent in India, visiting different gurus, universities and different places from north to south. Then he goes to Indonesia to study under another teacher, and then he returns from there, comes again to India, and from there he goes to Tibet via Nepal. So he stays in Nepal also. So during his life, how he traveled, let's first talk about it. So what was happening before him, because this King Srongtsang Gampo, there are different pronunciations, because when we speak Chinese or Japanese terms, there are different pronunciations all the time. So Srongtsang Gampo, he had married two princesses. One was Chinese and the other was Nepalese. So again you can see how matrimonial alliances were there to have peace, to have good connections politically also. Then there are many famous masters, Buddhist masters, who went from India to Tibet, but the most prominent are Shantarakshit, and after him is Guru Padmasambhava. Guru Padmasambhava is still venerated in Tibet, in Nepal, in Bhutan, many places. So then there are certain incidents, what happened during his stay and what was happening before. We have to check that also. Samya debate is very, very famous about because after that Buddhism was strongly established in Tibet. It became a state religion. So what kind of these monasteries were built, Samya monastery for example, the monks were being initiated and all these things. So Thonmi Sambot, there is another great scholar, Thonmi Sambot, who was sent to India to study, and he is the person. With him there was a group of scholars who came to study in India, and they devised a special script for Tibet, because having a script is very important, as I said in the beginning, that formation of state.
it happened everywhere, in Tibet or in Mongolia or in Southeast Asia. When people built huge empires, then how to control it, how to administer it. So they required scripts, and this is a huge contribution of Indian masters traveling, we can say, and spreading all this kind of knowledge. So there is a lot that we can talk about the Tibetan script, how it was devised, what happened after that, what kind of manuscripts are discovered, what kind of bilingual manuscripts are discovered from most of these countries. So it's not just that they translate it, but also they transcreate it. When these texts reach different countries, then transcreations also happened, especially in the countries of Southeast Asia. So I'm not focusing on that today. So Atisha's works and activities in India and also Tibet. How we get all this knowledge? Because in Indian sources we don't have enough written about Atisha. It's mainly the Tibetan historical chronicles that give us information, and around more than 100 years people have been working on it. So that way we could find the details of his life, about his biography. There was one scholar, Alka Chattopadhyay. She worked with a Tibetan monk, and together they translated many things, and this is one of the, I think, best sources to study Atisha. Then translation of Blue Annals by George Rurik. Then there are other Tibetan scholars who worked on it, and then Sharat Chandra Das, and then Dr. Lokesh Chandra. All these people have brought out in such a great information that we can at least study Atisha, because Atisha, his name is Shri Dipankar Jnana. In Tibet, because Shri is put at the end, so Dipankar Jnana Shri. But when we talk in English or we speak in the Indian way, then we put it Shri Dipankar Jnana. Atisha means the most venerable, outstanding teacher. So that was added later on. He was born in a royal family like Buddha. So many people compare his life with Buddha's life, that how he was born in a royal family and how he was not attached, he had no attraction for the luxuries of of his palace, and how he was more interested into spiritualism and all these things. So Atisha went to Tibet, we all know, but it was very challenging because of many reasons. One was that when Buddhism in Tibet was dying, because there was a king Langdharma who was against Buddhism. So I'm not going into the details what he did, but he was repeatedly getting requests from the Tibetan king, that Yesheo, that he should come here and revive Buddhism. There were, how it was dying, what level of knowledge was there, what kind of monks were there, what kind of texts were available, how things were mistaken, how the philosophy was mistaken. So everything required a correction. So sacrifice of the king, and on the other side the sacrifice by Atisha himself, because that was the time when Atisha, when there was so many invasions in India, and Atisha was responsible for Vikramshila. Not only Vikramshila, he was the head monk at Vikramshila, but he was holding many other responsibilities in several monasteries and universities like Sompura, like Nalanda and others. So it was a tough decision for him to leave India in that situation, to get permission from his own elders to leave India and go to Tibet. He was hesitating. Number two, he did not know the Tibetan language at that time. Number three, look at the geography of Tibet. So different from where he was, especially there is no such terrain in India. He was to go to Tibet, living on such a high altitude. Then he prayed goddess Tara. What should he do? Because Tara was his tutelary deity. So he prayed to Tara, what should I do? Then Tara, the goddess Tara, appeared herself and she said, the prediction was that if he lives in India, he can live a life of 92 years. But if he goes to Tibet, then maybe his life will be cut short by 20 years. And this is what happened finally. He lived only for 75 years. But he took this decision and he went to Tibet because he wanted to help them. There were very good relations with Tibetan monks before Atisha left. There were many monks coming to these universities. Again, there is a long history, so much of information about, especially about Nalanda, that who were the people coming there, studying under who were the masters, and which texts were translated, who were the Chinese coming and staying there, and what texts they translated, and because of those philosophical texts, what kind of change was brought, which are the sects that were developed after these texts were translated into these languages. So, same happened with Atisha. Atisha was initiated by many gurus. He was given training and education by many gurus. He studied under them, maybe around 100 teachers under whom he studied, but still he wanted to go to Indonesia to study under Sedlingpa, Dharmakirti. Sedlingpa is the Tibetan translation of Dharmakirti's name. Dharmakirti was such a renowned scholar of Buddhism, also of Sanskrit. He had been to India before. He was in Nalanda before, and Atisha had already met him. So Atisha knew about Dharmakirti, and it's so amazing to know that even after studying under and getting initiated by so many Indian gurus, he went to Sedlingpa, he went to Indonesia, he visited Sumatra. So I'll show you a few slides about it, that what are so important, that how his teacher Dharmakirti, what the manuscripts that he gave him to be taken to Tibet. He studied there for 12 years, and finally his teacher suggested him that he should go to the west. He meant Tibet, and many things he carried from Indonesia, from India to Tibet. Before Atisha, there was no Tara worship in Tibet, for example, because Tara is so popular in Tibetan Buddhism, but it was not there before that. Tara was taken the first time by Atisha because Tara was his tutelary deity. He always used to carry a statue of Tara. I'll show you. It's very difficult to get a view of that personal statue of Devi Tara that Atisha used to carry with him. So, there are some very rare photographs from Tibetan monasteries attached to his life. Wherever Atisha lived, where Atisha even visited, even stayed for a night, even stayed for a few days or for a few months, because he was traveling all the time, because the problem was to correct, to give correction, to teach people. So sometimes people say, Atisha has not written huge texts. No, it was not. His life was not meant for that. His life was meant to give correction to the people, to the monks, to revive Buddhism. Bodhipat Pradip is the most famous text written by him. The letter, all his writings are small, but very important. For example, the letter that he wrote to the king of Nepal, that is included in the Tanjore. And the 6 scripts, I'll show you the list, I think. The 6 scripts that he carried with him, they are a part of the Tanjore. They were so important. But the manuscripts, lontars we call it, the palm leaf manuscripts are called lontars. The lontars that were given by his teacher Dharmakirti to be taken to Tibet, only one of them has been identified. I'll show you a photograph of that manuscript and the monastery where it is identified. The rest of other 5 manuscripts are not discovered as yet. So what kind, I'm sorry, I'm just skipping all this. So what he learnt was, it's not touch screen. Okay. So I was just coming to his, yeah. Oh, it's okay. I changed a little bit. So I wish to just give you a glimpse of the names of the teachers and what he learned from them, the philosophy that he studied under them. For example, he studied Bodhisattva vow under the spiritual guidance of Buddha Bhadra, and then he studied under Vidya Kokila, and he became aware of the pure human nature. He learned emptiness, and he learned meditation intensely. Meditation on nothingness. Shunyata has become so popular all over the Buddhist world. He studied Utpanna and Sampanna Kram, the research, the emergence of and dissolution of this world. Under Avadhuti Pad, he was a Vajrayana master. He practiced rigorous mental training, and there was many feasts and festivals also. He listened to many songs also. He studied Madhyamika philosophy. He was ordinated at a young age, and the lineage of the profound action transmitted by Maitreya, Asang Vasudbandhu, etc. He carried it forward, the philosophy of Chandrakirti, the philosophy of Nagarjuna. So I'm just skipping all this. Where did he study? Mahavibhasha, because he carried this philosophy. For example, Bodhicitta. Some scholars agree that Bodhicitta was a philosophy that was given to him by an Indian teacher. But some of the Javanese scholars, they say, no, Bodhicitta is originally Javanese concept. But anyway, whatever it is, he took it there. And he went to many places of pilgrimage. And so the entire life of Atisha, you can divide it into two. One part is just to study intensely, and the other part is going to Tibet, traveling there. First, initially, he had gone for 3 years because it was very challenging for him to get permission of his elders at the time when the monasteries were being destroyed. So, but initially he said he's going for 3 years. He reached Western Tibet, and which monastery he was received, I will show you. Oh, so that means I show you the PPT. Some photographs. Some of them are rare photographs. How to close it? Okay. It's not touch screen. इसको बंद करके PPT चला दो. So he had studied all kinds of Buddhist and non-Buddhist schools of philosophy. What do I say? Even he had studied medicine. He was a good sculptor also. I'll show you one of his sculptures, self-made sculptures by Atisha. And during his sojourn in Tibet, he was so amazed, because when he reached Samye, he was so astonished, he was so surprised that many of the manuscripts that he could never see in India, they existed at that time in Tibet. It's loose. Is it working now? Okay. So quickly, this is his self-made statue of Atisha. Drepung is the only monastery where we have a complete life of Atisha painted on the walls. So here is the beginning of his beginning of his life. That it shows the birth of Atisha. On top you can see, you can't, I'm sorry. Can you see now? Okay. So, on the top you can see Devi Tara in that top corner, green color. So, she is blessing, and below you can see the mother and with the child. This is the Mahabodhi temple at the time. Green Tara from Kumbum Gyantse in Tibet. Atisha on the perilous journey to Sumatra, because journey, of course, we scholars, we say it was easier to travel by sea than by mountains, through deserts and mountainous areas, but still journeys were not so easy. So here you can see Dharmakirti sitting and giving this vase of wisdom to Atisha. This is also from the Direpung monastery. This is Chandi Kalasan, the first temple from Indonesia, from Java, from near Yogyakarta. So that shows that it was built before Tara was introduced into Tibet. So there are 21 Taras there. There is another temple, Chandi Sari, that is also dedicated to goddess Tara. This is one of the panels there from Chandi Sari. Then, because as I said, he had gone to Sumatra. Sumatra and Java were great centers of learning. There is a lot of information about it, that how Buddhist monks were staying there to study even before coming. Itzing, for example, he stayed in Java to study Sanskrit grammar, and then he came to India. This is from Warajambi. Again, another monastic complex, so also from Prajna Paramitas. So they look at the beauty of the statues. These are the 6 scripts that were given by Dharmakirti to Atisha to be carried to Tibet. This is the monastery Labrang, where this manuscript is identified as one of the manuscripts that was taken by Atisha, given by Sarlingpa. It's a palm leaf manuscript of 900 years old. Swambhu Nath temple, because when he was going to Nepal, he stayed there, and also a monastery was built there, and Atisha used to deliver discourses there, and this is the Tham Vihara. There are 2 opinions about travel of Atisha because he was going via Nepal. So from Nepal to Tibet, Western Tibet, how he went, there are 2 routes that are identified. One route is, according to one group of scholars, it was through Lake Mansarovar, and the other says that it was through Mustang Valley. So there is some research about it. There are some paintings that are discovered from Mustang. There is one, this example, how these roads were there, stupas in Ngari. And this is the Tholing monastery, where Atisha was given the first royal reception. It's all ruined. Too much of destruction is there, but still we can see a lot on the walls through paintings, and also the ruined sculptures and all. So I'm just skipping these things. This is how Atisha was given the first royal reception in Tibet, in Ngari. This is the first place, Yumbulakang, the castle, the palace, where he reached first time there, and from there he goes to, should I wind up? Okay. So he goes from place to place, travels there, but wherever he went, wherever he visited, it became a sacred place. Yes, this I would like to show you, because it's the staff, the walking stick of Atisha, that still exists there in Atisha Lakhang. He had 2 major disciples, Drangpa and Lekpai Sherab, and this is the place where Atisha found manuscripts which he had never seen even in India. So there is a lot to be talked about Atisha, Ganden monastery. Wherever he visited, it became sacred, and it is still sacred. This is interesting to see that this is a classroom where Atisha used to teach. So this is in Netang, where he spent the rest of his life. And this is the room, this is his seat where he used to work. So yeah, this is the Tara statue which he used to carry with him wherever he went. These are the stupas carrying his personal belongings and his remains. And this is a seat on which Atisha used to sit, and it's, people have gouged out some clay out of it to be carried home as souvenirs. So this is the stupa. So thank you so much. I'm sorry if I took more time.
Thank you very much, Professor Shashi Bala. We come to the third paper of this panel. This is Professor Batar Kitinov. I invite Professor Kitinov to make his presentation.
It was corrected, right?
Can we skip that?
I don't know how it is called now. Last version. Okay, maybe this one. Yeah, okay. Good morning to afternoon, dear colleagues. First of all, I want to say that I'm really grateful to the organizers of this international conference for inviting me to participate at this significant scientific event. The study of the path of Buddhism from India to Russia was and is very important and interesting part of the history of Buddhism. And of course, it is very huge, long-lasting history. So let me just show me just some glimpse of this long story. But firstly, I want to begin with this picture, which is over here and over here also. You could see it is, here you could read Oirad Messenger to White Burhan, this picture of Nicholas Erich. So Oirad means, actually it is name of my nation. We are Oirads, and we brought Buddhism of Tibetan tradition, of Giluk tradition to Russia at the end of 16th century. From that time up to now, Tibetan Buddhism of Giluk tradition is still flourishing in Russia. But being close neighbors of Muslim people, they called us Kalmaks. So now we are known like Kalmaks, but our own name is Oirat people. So let me begin. The history of transition of Buddhism to Russia is rich in many dimensions, in destination, peoples, events, processes, which played an important role on those processes, etc. This long journey lasted for centuries, when Buddhism was able to enrich the local cultures by its ideas, and in turn itself demonstrated the ability to add the new features to its spiritual achievements. India and Russia are separated from each other by the huge distance, and many nations and cultures of Central Asia paid their contribution to the development of the local forms of Buddha's teaching. In my presentation, I'd like to mention only a few pages of this long and rich story with indication of the highest events, names and places which anyway formed the features of Buddhism in Russia. Besides, I will underline the short history of Buddhism within the territory of modern Russia. It's widespread opinion that Buddhism began to penetrate from India into Central Asia as early as at the 1st century AD. but some scholars attribute this time already to the epoch of Alexander the Great, end of 4th century BC. The involvement of Central Asia in the sphere of the Macedonian campaigns contributed to the further development, to the further deepening of communication and cooperation between peoples of this region and other peoples of the East. The conquest of Punjab by Emperor Alexander followed. Then he moved his army to the Indus stream and reached the shores of the Great Sea. It was the Indian Ocean. During the last conquest, the emperor met the Buddhist monks, and after talking, he allowed them to preach the Buddhist teaching within his empire. After the death of Alexander, his military leaders, Seleucus and Ptolemy, founded their own states in Asia and Africa, which eventually fell apart. The son of Seleucus, Emperor Antiochus I, approved the Buddhist monks from India as his father to propagate Buddhism all over the empire. In the middle of the 3rd century BC, an independent Greco-Bactrian state arose in the most territory of Central Asia. At the same time, the Parthian kingdom was formed, led by Arsaces, who laid the foundation for the Arsacid dynasty. Greco-Bactrian was an unstable formation from which state of Sokt or Sogdiana first broke away, and later a state of Bactria around 150 BC. Bactria was an ancient Iranian name for the vast region of the upper and the middle river basin of river of Amudarya and its numerous tributaries. During the period of its greatest rise, the Bactrian kingdom had a significant impact on the life of the population of Central Asia. In the field of culture, the Greek and local traditions crossed, which affected the subsequent development of the cultural life of this huge region. While Zoroastrian teaching was preserved, other religious beliefs existed, and also Buddhism. The state around 135 BC ceased to exist due to internal strife and invasions from the northward of the nomadic Yuezhi tribes. Actually, it is from the Chinese side. The Parthian kingdom included the southern part of Central Asia, where one of the main centers of the kingdom was located, Nisa. It is near modern Ashgabat of Tajikistan. More than 400 years from the end of the 1st century BC and until the middle of the 4th century AD, the last part of Central Asia became part of the Kushan kingdom. The most famous Kushan ruler was Kanishka, who patronized Buddhism in every possible way, and during his reign the 4th Buddhist council was held. The art of the Kushans was unique and beautiful and represents vivid synthesis of architecture, sculpture, and painting. Later, the territory was occupied by the Sassanids of Persia. In the 1st century, Central Asian states became the place of interaction and collision of several forms of religions: Zoroastrianism, Buddhism, Christianity, and Manichaeism. During the era of the highest power of the Kushan state, the Buddhist communities spread their influence deep into the valley of the river Sukhandarya. For example, the Kushans erected the large Buddhist buildings in Tarmit and Balkh towns. The local Buddhist communities were rich and influential. After the defeat of Kushans by the Sassanid Iran, Buddhism continued to maintain its influence here and further penetrated to Merv oasis. It is Karakum Desert. Here, over the large area, the Buddhist buildings appeared around 4th and 6th centuries. The north of Bactria and Merv were the final, at least for today, known points of the northwestern spread of Buddhism at that region. At the time in question, this region was also closely connected with Tibet. Consequently, even then, no later than in the 4th century, Buddhism had a certain influence in Tibet. Indeed, the study of historical monuments and sources shows that it was from these regions that Buddhism penetrated to the eastern lands, to the Chinese and Tibetans along the road Fergana Church, it is near modern Tashkent, St. Samirechye, as well as through the famous Wakhan, along the mountain passes of eastern Afghanistan and northeastern modern Pakistan. Since the 7th century, Buddhism in Central Asia began to decline. For example, in Samarkand, already in 630, Buddhism had particularly no influence. The Chinese travelers could find only one monastery with a single monk, and they themselves were attacked by the local residents. However, Buddhism continued to flourish in Fergana Valley. And so here, for example, we can mention the information from a book of Ashwagosha, and he mentions the town of Taxila, where Buddhism had a significant influence. Afghanistan also played an extremely important role in the interaction of the civilizations of India, China, Central Asia, and the Caspian Basin, and Greek city-states. One of the most known nations of the eastern part of Central Asia, the Uyghurs, who began to accept Buddhism in its Tokharian and Sogdian versions beginning from middle of 9th century. By the time of the Mongol campaigns, they had formed their own version of Buddhism, were able to create a huge body of Buddhist literature, translating texts into Uyghur from Tibetan, Chinese, Sanskrit, and other languages. The people had close cultural ties with their neighbors. The Uyghur alphabet established itself among the Naimans and Kirit Mongolian tribes and became widespread among the Western Mongols who were Oirats. A feature of the local cults among the Mongol-speaking people was the sacralization of the space, and this special feature of the local beliefs influenced the formation of these local versions of Buddhism. But the most changes in their spiritual life happened with the spreading of Tibetan Buddhism among them. Tibetan Buddhism is a regional form of the northern version of Buddhism, which began to take shape from the middle of the first millennium AD. This religion became widespread in Tibet during the time of Songtsan Kampo of the Chogyal dynasty. And so we know these four main schools of Tibetan Buddhism, and they all had the influence among the Mongols. And first of all, it was Tsar-Kagyu tradition. Genghis Khan highly valued the Uyghurs, who influenced not only on his political decisions, but also on the cultural achievements of Mongols. The first leaders teachers of Mongols and the first officials of the Mongol Empire were the Uyghurs. For example, at this photo you could see the stela with inscription in Mongolian and Chinese dated middle of the 13th century, which contains the information about Buddhism among Oirat people. There were the objective reasons for the favorable development of Buddhism among the Mongolian peoples. Firstly, the spread and strengthening of Buddhism among the Mongols coincided with the formation of pan-Mongolian statehood. Secondly, Buddhism had not contradict to the interest of the main social forces of society. And thirdly, the influence of other religions were weak compared with the influence of Buddhism. Already from the beginning of the 15th century, these Oirat people began to manifest itself more and more actively in the regional political state. The Oirat Hoshuts were famous, first of all, due to their military support of the Dalai Lama V, and thus they managed him to become the political and religious head of Tibet in 1642. So here you could see the picture from Kircher's book, China Illustrata, with 5th Dalai Lama then alive, and Gushe Khan of Oirat Hoshut people, who at that time already dead. As a result of political, religious, and military processes in the 1604 among Oirats, there happened the formation of two Oirat states in Eurasia with varying degrees of influence of Gelug school among them and other schools of Tibetan Buddhism. Jungar Khanate is shown here just in middle of this map. And Khoshut Oirat Khanate, it is near Kokonor Lake. Also you could see there on the right lower corner, Kalmaki Kokonor, it is written over there. But before these processes, events, from the middle of the 16th century, the Oirats, under the pressure of the neighbors, Turkish people, Eastern Mongols, migrated from the eastern part of Jungaria, it is modern Xinjiang province of China, towards southern Siberia. For instance, the Turgut Oirats and Derbet Oirats began to go down the river of Irtysh. For instance, here you, yes. These nomads were roaming along the Siberian rivers Irtysh, Tobol, Om, and others, starting the relationship with the Russian authorities. But the most important result was that this migration actually meant the appearance of Tibetan Buddhism of Gelug tradition in the Russian territory. So here you could see this map. It is shown different tribes of Oirat people, how they migrate from South Siberia, from Tarbagata, actually it is the northern part of modern Xinjiang province of China, through southern Siberia to Ural Mountains and a bit to southwest to Caspian Basin, Caspian and Volga region basin. So part of these Oirats became known as Kalmyks, and later they moved to Volga or Caspian region of Russia and established the Kalmyk Khanate over there. In pre-revolutionary Russia, the state patronized Buddhism. Monks were allowed to go to Tibet for studies. The new temples and monasteries were built. The interest of the Romanov ruling family in the activities of this rather small religion in terms of population coverage was one of the most important reasons for the construction of the famous Buddhist temple in St. Petersburg. So it is a Kalmyk Khanate, which was created around 1690s. It is covered, it is colored by yellow color. And actually this is modern pictures of Buddhist temple in Kalmyk Republic. And this is famous Buddhist temple in St. Petersburg, which was constructed in 1913. Actually, this year it was 300 years of Romanov ruling Tsarist family. So to this date, this temple was almost constructed. And it was dedicated to Kalachakra Buddhist deity. The Buddhist culture in Russia represents a unique combination of the achievements of Eastern, it means Indian, Tibetan, Mongolian, Chinese, and Western Russian civilizations. One of the most remarkable examples of such synthesis is the famous Khushutovsky Khorol. Khushutovsky Khorol, now located within Russian Astrakhan region. The Khorol was built on the instructions of the Kalmyk nobleman Tumen in honor of the victory in war over Emperor Napoleon. Buddhism of the Gelugpa school penetrated the territory of Buryatia, southern Siberia, in the 17th century. At the beginning of the 18th century, it spread throughout Transbaikalia. So it is temples called Datsans in Buryatia. It is, you could see it is around Baikal Lake. It is one of temples in modern Buryatia, also not far from Ulan-Ude, capital of Buryat Republic. And in the 19th century, after struggle against shamanism, Buddhism penetrated the Cisbaikal region. On the territory of Tuva, also situated in the southern Siberia, the remains of Buddhist temples dated back to the 13th and 14th century. Nevertheless, the spread here, as well as in Altai region of Tibetan Buddhism of Gelugpa school, should be attributed to the period when these territories became part of the Oirat Jungar Khanate. So it is a statue of Buddha, opened just less than 2 years ago in Tuva region. And this new one, also new building, only 1 year ago it was open. A big one, actually it is biggest in Russia now. It is Altai region, photo from Altai region, small temple in Gorno-Altaysk, capital of this republic. And also small stupa, and you could see this Burhanist flags near the stupa. It's impossible to count all the manifestations of Buddhism in Russia. They cover many material and spiritual achievements of this region. For instance, the sutras. There is quite a lot of Indian sutras which has been translated into other languages. Thus, the well-known Golden Light Sutra, Suvarna Prabhasottama Sutra, an extremely important Mahayana Sutra, was translated into Chinese, Tibetan, and other languages, including Mongolian, Oirat, and others. Other sutras like Prajnaparamita, Prajnaparamidaya Sutra, Vajrachidika Prajnaparamita Sutra, and also they were also spread among Kalmyk and Oirat people, thus presenting on the territory of Russia this type of Buddhist culture. Also, it's important to say that Indian merchants who had their colony in Astrakhan city during 17th century, they visited Kalmyk temples, Buddhist temples, and also had some ceremonies over there. And same Kalmyks being in Astrakhan city, they visited these Hindu temples, which were in Astrakhan. But actually, here you could see this Golden Light Sutra, which is in Tibetan and Oirat languages, in 2 languages. Okay, yes. So actually, I'm finishing with this another part of history of Buddhism in Russia. At this time, 7th and 8th centuries, there was earlier wave of Buddhism. It was Chinese Buddhism in Far East through Bohai state. And actually, up to now, there is no evidences, but archaeologists discover some foundations, some like this, for instance. It was when Russians, being firstly in Far East, they could see this Stamkha, but now we have only this rock and some excavations over there. And Buddhism in Russia is still spreading. It becomes popular, especially among young people. For instance, here you could see Amitabha Buddha statue with quite young Russian new followers from Siberia. So Russian thus Russia has a living Buddhist heritage from the various periods of spreading of Buddhism on its territory. Mostly they are connected with the history of the nomads who followed Buddhism, Kalmyk, Oirat, Tuvians, and Altai peoples. But it is important to remember that before reaching the Russian lands, Buddhism traveled through many kingdoms, peoples, and cultures, from Middle East to Far East, passing Central Asia, Tibet, China, and Mongolia. The archaeological evidences, the archival and related sources prove the old aged history of Buddhism in Russia, which is closely connected with the history of Buddhism in Eurasia. And that means with the old passes and events which led this religion from India to Russia. The Russian Buddhism is a bright example of richness of Buddhist civilization, culture, and history. Thank you very much for attention. Sorry.
15 minutes. Professor Shashipala, please come. That clock is fast. So I'd like to thank all three speakers for three wonderful presentations. And I think the history of Buddhism really is a classic example of how you have to look at things in a global perspective, because you can't look at it in any other way. We've seen how travel and migration were such important parts of Buddhism across many centuries. And the speakers also pointed out how we have to use textual, archaeological, inscriptional, visual sources in order to reconstruct the history of Buddhism and how Buddhism changed as it traveled. So the importance of localization was brought out, I think, quite wonderfully in the various presentations. I think we know about the importance of the movement of Buddhism to Central Asia, Southeast Asia, but I think what was new for me was all the information about Buddhism in Russia, in contemporary Russia. So that was, we have about 15 minutes for discussion. So we'll have to have very brief questions and brief answers. But I would like to start by asking Sudha a question based on the slides you showed us at the end. We know that visual and textual narratives are not one-to-one, there's no one-to-one correlation. So on the basis of your preliminary study of the Borobudur rendering of the Gandavyuha, how do you describe that relationship between text and visual representation at Borobudur?
Actually, my experience was the opposite. Though it was very complex, like I said, there are more than 500 relief demonstrations there, but we went as a group of people who knew a lot about Buddhism. It was a kind of panel of Buddhist scholars and architecture people, archaeology people who went together. So all of us had to go we went every day for the 7 days, but I think it would take more than 7 years or maybe more to interpret, understand each other, as you know very well. So we just took in the whole thing. Second day we went panel by panel, floor by floor. There are 5 floors to it, and then we tried to correlate the text to the each panel. And in some cases, at least in about 20, 25, 30 cases, we are able to say that here is Sudhana. This is the verse that is. I mean, not me alone. I mean, but many of these scholars were able to relate this verse to this panel. So in a way, because I don't know what you might have to say about that.
It relates.
It relates.
Although I have not studied it so deeply, but whatever I have done is, for example, what is that sutra of 10 levels of meditation? I have studied those specific 10 levels and the panels there, and they really correlate exactly. And there are much more to study at Borobudur, looking at the panels of Gandavyuha and others. Because, for example, whenever I go to Borobudur, I come back with more questions than answers.
Absolutely, that's right.
For example, last time I saw that there are so many types of architecture depicted in the panels.
Yeah.
So many types. I had never seen at one place so many different types of architecture. Then I was told by one of my friends, Indonesian friends, that before this Borobudur was, these panels were sculpted, the king, he himself traveled a lot, and whatever he liked, those things were copied, and they are there. It's very interesting.
No, that's very interesting, because in India, in the early historic period, there's so many different ways of telling the Jataka stories in visual
Yes.
form. So if you're seeing a direct correlation between text and visuals, that's quite striking.
Yeah, that is Dashabhumik Sutra. I'm sorry, I forgot the name.
So, are there other questions? Oh, many questions.
Yeah, please.
Yes, Ravi?
My name is Ravi Bhuthalingam. Thank you very much for 3 wonderful presentations. My question is this, that all these travelers undertook very arduous journeys, taking a long time and facing many difficulties. These journeys must also have been expensive to undertake.
Yes.
So, how were they financed, and what were the motivations of those financiers, and what did they expect in return?
Shall I answer this? There was nothing that they expected in return, only the spread of dharma and helping people. Number 2, you ask about the finances. Normally they were carrying gold, and it was the most challenging because they were carrying gold, and robbers also knew that they are carrying gold. So that is why there are so many routes. They used to keep changing the routes so that they can save themselves. Another problem was snakes, and especially when they were traveling by desert, then scarcity of water and food. And any other point?
Yes, shall I?
Please.
Yes, please, and then Gitanjali.
I'm Rajneesh Karki. I have a basic question. What made, that may be intriguing many other people also here, and it's a general question. What made Buddhism so mobile and all over Asia and all along for so many centuries and all? Just to continue, whereas in India, we have this various other traditions. Let's say you have the Nastikas tradition, the Mahaviras and others, philosophies, and also the various tradition of Vaishnavas and all. We don't see anything like that there. So it's a very basic question, but do we have a definitive understanding?
It's better
now.
that someone else answers this.
Professor Kitchenov, would you like to? Why were Buddhists so mobile? Very interesting question.
I believe that people, when they try to open new lands, first of all, I mean nomads, they try to get new ideology or world outlook. And from beginning of Buddhism's influence in Central Asia, when we speak about Turkish people, it was for them important, and they were ready to open new lands. It means that, for instance, when the Greek culture, they formed the notion of oikoumene. In Buddhist culture, I mean in the Eastern culture, in Buddhism also, there was no oikoumene, just due to this teaching. And why it happened like this? It is not discover Buddhism, I think so. It is just attempt of people to understand the world. And when Buddhism appeared, it was time when mankind was ready to think about this, I think so. Sorry.
Shall I add to it a little bit? Shall I add to it a little bit?
Please,
okay. Very briefly, because Ashoka took such strong measures to spread Buddhism, number 1. Number 2, many of the members of the royal families from different parts of India, they became monks. And number 3, they were not demanding anything, they were just sacrificing. Number 4 is because of the wisdom that they were carrying. And another, that when the people's lives are shattered, they need something, some solace. Another point is because Buddhism was always absorbing, assimilating the ideas, so it became their own religion very easily. So there are many such things, so we don't have time to discuss more.
We have just time for one last question, Gitanjali. And I'm afraid that'll have to be the last question, because we can ask other questions.
Yeah, so I just have 2 very quick questions for Dr. Shashibala. I often see Atisha mentioned even in sort of popular pamphlet literature around Ambedkar Jayanti and so on as one of the great kind of teachers of Tibet. I was just wondering if there's any way to think about how he situated himself in Tibet and what he took from around him. in the reverse flow, as it were. And for Professor Kitinov, I believe that Russia has a very strong Indological Buddhist studies tradition, especially from the 20s and 30s. So I was wondering what they made of the nomadic, this nomadic Buddhism. And are they also doing anthropology as one of the many ways in which to access that? How do the two, because typically Buddhist studies in the West at that time is very text heavy. So I was just wondering if, I just wanted to know.
Yes, Russia has had earlier this quite profound Indological studies and also Buddhological studies. And now it tries also to keep this position. As for Buddhism among nomads and contribution in this field, it's quite new one, I could say. It's quite new one issue because during Soviet power this theme just not existed. And only during last 20, 30 years we began to excavate something new at this direction. But anyhow, it's very fruitful and it is very rich in its future excavations and discoverings.
Professor Shashibala, you have the last word.
Okay. Atisha did not want anything in return, number one. Number two, he did not return from in Tibet. He died in Netang. So nothing came back. So even his remains, even his belongings, all are there in stupas. I could not explain this. We don't have time. Then Atisha loved Tibetans so much because of being the people on the path of Dharma. And when Dharma was dying there, and Yeshio himself, the king himself, he sacrificed his life. So it's a beautiful story, but we don't have time to tell all those stories. So because he had himself sacrificed his life, and enough of gold was sent because of his sacrifice. So I'll tell you the story later on maybe. Because the gold was always brought to India for traveling, for financing the travels, and also it was donated to the monasteries and the universities where these people were staying and learning. So there should have been a lot of gold in Nalanda and other universities. I don't know, there is no record.
Thank you very much. I'm afraid we don't have time for more questions. You can continue the discussions over tea. Yeah. And I believe there's a 15-minute tea break.
10 minutes.
We'll reconvene at 4 o'clock, so we do have some time.
Oh, then we have.
So you have time for the discussions, but over tea, please. And thank you very much, Professor Upinder Singh, for steering this as expertly as the Asian Encounters and other conferences. I request Sudhaji to honor our chair, our speakers. And we reconvene at 4 o'clock.
Let's take a picture, right?
Of course.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
So, welcome back to our third session of the day, Stories of Travel and Encounter. And we're delighted to have as chair Professor Noyan Chandu, who teaches international relations at Ashoka University and was founding editor of Yale Global Online and was correspondent and editor of the Far Eastern Economic Review. He's the author of Bound Together, How Traders, Preachers, Adventurers, and Warriors Shaped Globalization, and Brother Enemy, The War After the War, and he's received the Shorstein Award for Journalism. So.
Good afternoon. I'm just trying to find. So we have a very powerful panel this afternoon to tell us all about travel and discovery. And this is, of course, the core of the program we're having today. So the first, I want to introduce the speakers in the order they would appear. Syed Ali Nadim Rezavi is a professor of medieval history at Aligarh Muslim University. He is the author of several publications, including Fatehpur Sikri Revisited. His research interests include the history and archaeology of medieval India and Mughal dynasty in particular. He has published more than 40 research papers in peer-reviewed journals. A former chairman and coordinator of CAS Department of History at Aligarh, he is presently the secretary of the Indian History Congress. In 2007, he was at the SOAS as Charles Wallace Fellow, and in 2008, a visiting fellow at Maison des Sciences de l'Homme in Paris, and he is a research fellow at the Shia Institute of London. Next, Syed Akbar Akhtar Hussain is a professor in the Center of Persian and Central Asian Studies, JNU, and president of Institute of Indo-Persian Studies. He has published articles in leading journals of Persian studies in India and abroad and has 2 books to his credit. He co-edited essays on Arabian Nights and revisiting Sadek Hedayat's Blind Owl, writings on a modern Persian novel. And to my left is Peter Ronald D'Souza, Director of Indian Institute of Advanced Studies and former Director of Indian Institute of Advanced Studies, where he served 2 terms, 2007 to 2013, and then he was professor at Goa University till 2003, and professor and senior fellow at the Center for Study of Developing Studies in New Delhi. So he left New Delhi just 2 years ago. Now he is happily ensconced in Goa. His recent publications are in Hall of Mirrors, Reflections on Indian Democracy, Democratic Accommodations, Minorities in Contemporary India, and is co-editor. Keywords for India, co-editor. At Home with Democracy, A Political Theory of India, essays of D.L. Seth, and Comparison to Indian Democracy, Resilience, Fragility, Ambivalence, and he's the co-editor of the publication. He lives in Goa and is curious about play up various imaginations of Goa in the making of the contemporary. And finally, Zoltan Wilhelm. He's an old Delhiite. He lived here a total of 7 years. He obtained his master's degree in biology and geography with honors in 1994 at the University of Pech, and in 1999 obtained the PhD degree. He habilitated in 2009 with his work, Regional Disparity in India. He is currently the director of Asia Center at the University of Pech, and in 2015 and 2018 he was the director of the Hungarian Information and Cultural Center and the cultural counselor at the embassy in Hungary, New Delhi. He received one of the highest awards of Hungarian Geographical Society, the Alexander C. Oma, the Karos Medal in 2022. So with that, let's open the floor for Professor Said.
Well, dear friends, Professor Nayan Chanda in the chair, colleagues, friends, my seniors in the profession. I can see privileged enough to have Sanjay Saab here, Dalrymple ji, the others who are equally, their scholarship is well known. First of all, let me thank the organizers of the conference, especially K.N. Srivastav Saab, the director IIC, and Dr. Sudha Gopalakrishnan, executive director IIC, for approaching me for making this presentation. Let me confess that when I was approached and asked to present a paper on Al-Biruni in this panel entitled Stories of Travel and Encounter, I expressed my reservations to speak on this particular theme. As much has already been written on it. In fact, Sakhao's own introduction is quite comprehensive. And then we have Ainsley Embry's paper, An Outsider's View, Al-Biruni, published in Imaging India, edited by Mark Juergensmeer by Oxford University Press in 1989. Plus, that I myself had already contributed on it in 2020 in an edited volume, Alternative Arguments, Essays in Honor of Surendra Gopal, which was an edited volume published by Primus. Instead, I suggested that I be allowed to talk about another such encounter writing, which would be more relevant today, the memoirs of the recently much maligned and misrepresented Zahiruddin Muhammad Babar, who, like Al-Biruni, was a scholar par excellence, but unlike him, a conqueror too. Anyhow, I was asked to introduce Al-Biruni's perceptions about India and its people and postpone the other topic for some future occasion. Let us at the outset point out that Al-Biruni regarded Hindus, that is within inverted commas, as excellent philosophers, and he felt strong inclination towards Hindu philosophy, but on the other hand, he was a Muslim and at times does not fail to point out the superiority of Islam over Brahmanic India. He attacks Arabs, but not Islam. Abu Rehan al-Biruni came into contact with India, then popular as Hind, at the ripe age of 44 years, when he was forced to come here as a glorified prisoner in the company of Sultan Mahmud ibn Supugtagin, when the latter invaded the subcontinent in 1017 AD. He himself was a proud Khwarezmian, a territory now identified as Khiva. Khwarezm had itself been devastated by Mahmud, who before returning back to Ghazni had taken many prisoners of war with him. But it appears that in spite of being a prisoner, Al-Biruni had been given certain freedoms when he was made to march with the invading army of the man who had not so long ago first conquered Al-Biruni's own homeland. Thus, he does not particularly appear enamored by the great Sultan Mahmud, for whom he uses barest of words of praise. In the words of Sakhao, he was and I quote him, a political prisoner kept on honorable terms, unquote, and who was allowed to live in India between 1017 to 1030, that is when Mahmud died, and spend his time with, and I quote again, with no official inducement or encouragement or hope of reward to carry on his study of the new civilization which the Ghaznavites had encountered. Although Tahqiq Ma'al Hind, popular as Kitabul Hind, was the first known scholarly study of the subcontinent, yet the Ghaznavite conquest was not the first encounter between political Islam and India. Sindh and parts of Punjab were already under the Fatimid rule, which was destabilized and broken by Mahmud's invasions. Thus, one has to remember that Al-Biruni's account of India and its people, that is Tahqiq Ma'al Hind, is not that of a conqueror, nor of the first Muslim contact with India, for an excellent account in the sense of an, but it is an account in the sense of an account of a, or in the sense of an account of a conqueror. For example, the Babarnama, also known as Tuzuke Babari, which I think would be a better choice to understand what the understanding of India, one civilization, by a conqueror would have been. Kitabul Hind, Al-Biruni's India, however, is the first dispassionate description of India by a foreigner. Greek accounts, perhaps, were the first accounts of people of a different civilization writing about India. Herodotus, Megasthenes, Xenophon, Arrian, Strabo, etc. were some of those who wrote about India, its people, its geography, and its mythologies. But all emphasize the exotic and the negative. For example, Herodotus in Book 3rd of his Histories mentions that most Indian tribes lived together like brute beasts, and that in Indian deserts there are, and I quote him, great ants in size somewhat less than dogs but bigger than foxes. These examples can be multiplied. In contrast, Al-Biruni wastes no time on the bizarre and fantastic, which had been the hallmark of the foreign perceptions so far. Ainsley Embry thus says that, and I quote him, no one has produced a book at once so objective, so learned, and so compassionate, and that no other work from the period remotely touches it in accuracy of observation and breadth of coverage. According to Embry, the concern with the strange and fantastic in another civilization is actually a device to avoid coming in terms with it. Al-Biruni had come to terms with it and had dug deep into what India was and who its people were, without much religious prejudice or the conqueror's perspective. K.M. Panikkar describes his work as a moment in world history. A proper understanding of Al-Biruni's study of Indian civilization can only be had if one keeps in mind the motive and purpose for which he wrote. As I had already mentioned, he was not approaching India from the position or pedestal of a conqueror. His homeland too had been very recently vanquished by the same armies which now he was accompanying. He was no mujahid or holy warrior. Perhaps as a fellow sufferer at the hands of Sultan Mahmud, having lost both his personal independence and of his homeland, he empathized with India and its people. Both had been ill-treated and by the same conqueror. He was a scientist, a munajjim, an astrologer, astronomer. And it is as such that he had gained his place in the Ghaznavite court. During the reign of Sultan Mahmud, when he gained his rightful independence, he wrote his book on the field to which he had dedicated his life, that is astronomy, a book called Al-Qanud al-Masudi. He specifically underlines his purpose both in the preface to his book as well as in the conclusion. He says that every knowledge which existed about India was, and I quote him, second hand, which one had copied from the other. And I once again quote him, never sifted by the sieve of critical examination. He further cites a master scholar of his time, Abu Sahel, who incited him to write down what he knew about Indians. Within inverted commas, I again quote Al-Biruni, as a help to those who want to discuss religious questions with them, that is, the Indians, and as a repertory of information to those who want to associate with them, unquote. In the very first para of the preface, he tells us that there are a number of types of reporters, akhbar, some who tell lies to promote their own interests, others who lie on the basis of personal likes and dislikes, still others who lie as they, by their very nature, can never speak truth. Then there are some who resort to lies as they blindly follow others, who tell them to lie. He then quotes the holy book, the Quran. You speak truth, even if it were against yourselves. My book, Kitabul Hind, he says, is nothing but a simple historic record of facts. He also stresses that his book is not a polemical one. In the concluding remarks to his book, he further writes, and I quote, "We think now that what we have related in this book will be sufficient for anyone who wants to converse with Hindus and to discuss with them questions of religion, science, or literature, and I emphasize, on the very basis of their civilization." If one reads his Kitabul Hind, he finds the Indians, he calls them Hindus because they are the inhabitants of Al-Hind, as excellent philosophers, good mathematicians, and astronomers. Being one himself, he, however, takes pride in his own knowledge, yet does cede that they knew their subject. He appreciates the mental achievements of the Indian scientists and goes at length to read and understand their work. His book is full of words of appreciation for those things which he found good, but does not fail to record things which he did not appreciate. Like Dara Shikoh, many centuries later, he believed in the Indian philosophy being monotheistic in nature, but which later on got contaminated. He writes, after interacting with his Brahmin interlocutors, that they too worshipped, he says, one sole Almighty God, in the initial stages. And I quote him, the first cause of idolatry was, this is what he says, the desire of commemorating the dead and consoling the living. But on this basis, it has developed and has finally become a foul and pernicious abuse. At one place, that is in volume 2 of his work, he talks of Indian scholars as enjoying the help of God. At another place, while discussing Brihat Samhita of Varaha Mihira, he talks of the author being guided by divine inspiration. He is not looking down the religion of the people about which he is writing. One more thing which one notes is that at places where he is critical of some Hindu practice, he justifies it by comparing it with pre-Islamic Arabs. He declares that the Arabs had also been as bad, if not worse. He simply does not outrightly condemn the Indians for those practices or thought which he found repugnant. At places where he finds things beyond justification, on such occasions, he just writes, and I quote, "To such things, silence is the only proper answer." Now, in this paper, which is quite long, I go on to discuss Al-Biruni's various views about the culture and society of the country. He talks about the caste system. He talks about the rigidity of the caste system. He tells us about the number of varnas which he encountered, but instead of narrating them verbatim here, because already all of us sitting here know about what Al-Biruni had to comment about the Indian society, I would only stress on the fact that Al-Biruni was in fact only reporting what was being reported to him by his Brahmins with whom he was talking. It was not the practical side of the story which he was narrating. Most of it was an idealized version which was being put before him by the Brahmins themselves. His own views, which are of more interest and directly of his own, are those which Al-Biruni makes about science and other matters about which he himself knew. Before I actually close, without going into all the details, I would also like to mention that perhaps Kitabul Hind is also one of the first of the books written about India, about Hindustan, where the concept of a subcontinent is described. He situates Al-Hind between the high mountain ranges on one side and the sea on the other. He says India is a land limited by the Indian Ocean in the south, with mountains and ranges on all the other three sides. Commenting on the nature of the soil, he mentions that it consists of rounded stones which are huge near the mountains, where the rivers have a violent current, but then there are stones of a smaller size at greater distances from the mountains, where streams flow more slowly, and the stones appear pulverized in the shape of sand, which all led him to conclude that, once again within quotations, India had once been a sea, which by degrees has been filled up by the alluvium of the streams. At one point of time, talking about the Indian scientific knowledge, he says that the Indian knowledge of science is just like a bucket full of, sometimes dung with pearls embedded within it. So I'm not saying that he doesn't have that superior feeling of a Muslim. He does. But then he is actually, nice enough that he also says that there are pearls within the Indian thought and sciences. Thank you very much.
Distinguished panel and very learned audience, I would begin my discourse on Ibn Battuta, the stone who gathered moss, by invoking some of the writings of Stephen Leacock, a Canadian writer who had, in his wisdom, proposed that somebody in the English department of English-speaking universities must rewrite all the English proverbs, and he found them all outdated, and he said that all those glitter is not gold. He said that not all that glitters is gold. Those who live in the stone house must not throw stones on others. He said that no, those who live in the stone house must throw fusillade of stones on others so that others may not come near your house. And then he said that the rolling stone gathers no moss. He said no, it is the rolling stone that gathers moss. My rolling stone is, of course, Ibn Battuta. And I would like to share with the learned audience that how much moss he gathered during his course of journey. Ibn Battuta was perhaps 21 years old in his hometown Tangier or Tangier, and he never had any inkling that he would be a globe trotter or a world traveler. As a simple man, he decided to go for the pilgrimage. But what, in fact, fired his imagination, or what urged him to undertake the journey of the pilgrimage, going to Mecca from Tangier or Tangier, was a very difficult idea, in the sense that those days it was very difficult to travel from one place to another place because of the perils of journey. However, when he reached Mecca, taking a very circuitous road, and there he stayed for 2 or 3 years after performing the Hajj. And Hajj was such a ritual in Islamic theology that once a man of means must perform Hajj in order to have a wider interaction with Muslim Brotherhood. Perhaps it being the center of the world, where all the Muslims congregated once in a year, they must have exchanged ideas, and they must have shared their own experiences and carried tales from their own towns and cities. Perhaps there he must have got the idea of undertaking a long journey or traveling to India. India was, of course, his immediate destination, but again he did not come to India so easily. Now, this imagination of journey is such a noble thought, I would say, is such a graceful thought, that it dawns upon not everyone, but to few chosen people. Because in the Quran it is said that God himself says that I have laid the earth as a carpet and man as a traveler to walk on the carpet from end to end. It was a beautiful words which must have had a very beneficial and benign impact on Ibn Battuta, and thus he carried forward his journey. And fortunately or unfortunately, whatever journey he had recorded, it was lost on his way. But when he returned back later to his hometown, he had to dictate his own travels to a writer who was a renowned writer of Iberian Peninsula, Granada, whose name was Juzay, who recorded everything what Ibn Battuta told him. But before I go back to that part of the story, I would like to emphasize that how and why people take such long and perilous journey. Ghalib, in one of her beautiful couplets, he says about the world and man. And Mirza Ghalib, being Mirza Ghalib, there he says that one passionate step opened all the chapters on opportunities. A road led to the wilderness of all the parts of the two worlds. So it is the passionate step, what the Chinese says, that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step, or what the singer has sung in a beautiful voice, "ऐ जज़्बे दिलगर मैं चाहूँ हर चीज़ मुकाबिल आ जाए, मंजिल की तरफ दो गाम चलूँ और सामने मंजिल आ जाए." So that was the idea which must have gripped Ibn Battuta, and he had travelled all the way from Tangier to Mecca, and then from Mecca to the Ottoman Empire, and from Ottoman Empire he made his road to India. When he came to India, the monarch who was ruling over India was Muhammad bin Tughlaq, a very controversial, lunatic monarch. Nadeem Razvi knows him better than myself, being a student of literature. He being a professor of history, he must be knowing about Muhammad bin Tughlaq better than me. But one thing, what I understand, that Ibn Battuta was never a traveler of the ordinary men. The company in which he associated himself was the company of kings and princes and of elite class. He did not move among the commoners. During his stay in Makkah, he had learned, of course, Arabic was his language, but besides Arabic, he had learned another two languages. One was Persian and the other was Turkic, not Turkish, Turkic, because that was the language which was spoken in some parts of the Central Asian world. When he came here, he talked in Persian language, and he was appointed Qazi, that is a judge. But again, judge of which jurisprudence? Because there are 4 jurisprudences in Islam. One is Hanafi order, then the Maliki order, then the Shafi'i, and so many 4. He belonged to the Maliki because in Maghrib, the Maliki school of thought was practiced, so he was made a judge of Maliki order. He enjoyed the favor of Muhammad bin Tughlaq, and so much so that Muhammad bin Tughlaq had granted him 5 or 7 villages of Delhi. Delhi being a city of villages also. You had a main town in the city, Jahanpana, and in and around Jahanpana there were so many villages. For example, Muniraka village, or perhaps Lodhi Garden would have been also one of the villages in and around, I believe so. So he was the owner of 5 or 7 villages, and he was given the revenue in the form of food and rice as revenue, and he enjoyed his life somewhat comfortably here in Delhi. Now, what went wrong during his stay in Delhi was that he was in close companionship with a Sufi whose name was Sheikh Shahabuddin. This Shahabuddin was also a Sufi, I was told that he married the daughter of Shahabuddin, a man of Iranian origin. Perhaps Muhammad bin Tughlaq was sensing some sort of seditious activities on the part of Shahabuddin and ordered his execution, and he fell from the grace of the monarch, and he was in prison for some days, for some months, and reading the Quran from cover to cover, fasting, offering his prayers for release. Finally, one fine morning, he was released and he was made ambassador of Muhammad bin Tughlaq to China. On his way to China, when he was coming to India or going for Hajj, he came in contact with Al-Murshadi, a man who was a Sufi in Egypt. This man had prophesied that you are going to India, a brother of mine who would help you whenever you will be in danger. So he was in danger when he was going on his mission to China. When he was in a mission to China, perhaps in Aligarh, which was known at that time Coal. So there the Hindu robbers robbed him of all his belongings, and he was again having a very hard times. So Dilshad was there who saved him. Afterwards he came to Bengal. When he went to Bengal, the part of that Safarnama, or his Safarnama is also, we know it by the name of Rehla. But in fact, Rehla is a generic name. The name of his Safarnama is Tuhfatun Nazar fi Gharaibul Amsal wal Ajaibul Asfar. It's a 1 meter name altogether, but it has a meaning. It is not like that. For in abbreviated form or in a generic name, we call it a Rehla, that is the travelogue. When he comes to Bengal, that is a very important chapter of discussion. Bengal being again a very important state of India, but it was cut off. It is not in the main land. Bengal is located in the eastern part of India. There in Bengal, the most amusing thing which he talks about is indeed very important for us, because Bengal was divided into 3 parts at that time: Sonargaon, Sadgaon, and Lakhnauti. So he was there in Sadgaon. Now Sadgaon, for Arab, it was very difficult to pronounce the nasal sound. For example, Gaon, Gurgaon, Sadgaon. So he could not record the name properly as Sadgaon, but we can decipher that he was at Sadgaon. Sadgaon presented a very pleasant picture before him. Now the words which he is using for Bengal is again very close to my heart. And what he said about Bengal at that time is still relevant today. What he talks about Bengal is, he doesn't say that I say about Bengal. He says the people of Khorasan say about Bengal, Dozakh ast pur nemat, that is hell replete with all benefits. It is a hell, but having all the benefits, where the pauper can also survive. Today also, if you go to Bengal, you can see that there is no inflation rate as you can compare it with other parts of other metropolitan cities of India or presidency towns of India. Even today, Bengal is, or Calcutta is considered to be a Gharib Nawaz Shahar, a state of the poor people can live there. There he gives us a beautiful account of economy of Bengal, that how much, what thing cost what. Now he talks about that for dinar, there were two types of dinar. One was the silver dinar and the other was the golden dinar. So in 1 dinar, one could have 25 rithals of rice. And in 3 dinars, one can have a milch cow. Again, and dirham is again a shorter denomination. In 8 dirhams one can have a poultry, and at 2 dirhams one can have a fat ram, and again at 4 dinars one could buy a rithal of sugar, and at 4 dinars one could have fat. In fact, the concept of ghee, what we call, is not clear among the foreigners today also. When we tell them that we eat ghee, they don't know what is ghee. They identify ghee with fat, whereas that is not the fact of the matter. Then about mustard, he says that in 2 dirham one can have a rithal of mustard, and a good looking maid servant one could buy at 1 gold dinar. So he purchased a slave girl of exquisite beauty, and at 1 dinar, and her name was Ashura. I don't know what would be, because Ashura is something, we call it the 10th of Muharram Ashura. Now, he talks about the political scenario which was prevailing there. Now, the story of Bukhara Khan and Muizzuddin was very old at that time, because by the time Amir Khusro had died, already I think so 100 years must have passed by. And when the king of Delhi, he wanted to fight with his father, who was the governor of Bengal, Bukhara Khan, they concluded a peace at river Sarju. And Amir Khusro had composed a beautiful poem known as Qiranus Sa'dain, which celebrated the peace sued between the father and the son. Now that story was so rife in Bengal, it was so much often quoted in Bengal, that Ibn Battuta, having visited about 100 years back during the time of Fakhruddin Mubarak Shah, who was an independent king, so he also alludes to this story of Bukhara Khan and Muizzuddin, which was there. Now, the king who was ruling Bengal at that time, Bengal being a disconnected entity, but the only language which connected Bengal with the rest of Asia was, of course, not Sanskrit, it was Persian language. And this has been for the first time pointed out by Ibn Battuta, that Persian was the language which was spoken wide across the Asian continent altogether, up to China, because he was made to memorize a beautiful couplet of Sadi when he was in China. The king, he was sitting perhaps in one of the assemblies of the king, and the dancing girl was singing the song of Sadi at that time. Sadi, who was an eminent poet of Persia, and his song was being sung there in Khan Baligh, which is known as Peking, and the king ordered him, you must memorize this song. I would like to just give you the translation of that song, just to have a change of this monolithic discourse. There it talks about, as long as the couplet is of course laden with spiritual overtones. It is not somewhat mundane. It is not somewhat mundane, but quite profane. As long as I avoid reading Persian, I will be reading just the English translation of it. As long as I have given my heart to your love, I remain in the ocean of thought. When I stand in prostration before you, I discover you in the recess of mosque. So there you could see that Ibn Battuta is humming. This was the only couplet which he had memorized in his long journey of more than 20 years. Now, I would like, because the time is running out, so I would be just trying to tell you about a few literary aspects of this Safarnama or Ar-Rahla, where there are beautiful similes which he has used. For example, when he was leaving Tangier and when he was departing for Makkah to perform Hajj, and he never knew that he would be leaving for such a long period, the way he tried to put down, he couched the language in which he was abandoning his house. He says that I am leaving my house as the birds abandon their nest. Just see the simile which he is using there. Again, his travel to Baghdad is quite somber at places, because Baghdad was a place which was sacked by the Mongols at that time, and when Baghdad was sacked by the Mongols, what happened? It was completely in ruins. The mosques were in ruins and all the places were in bad shape. But when he talks about the way how the Tigris was moving, it was very beautiful. In the sense, he says that the Tigris is moving like in such a way that it creates the body of Iraq is carved in such a way, leaving the two breasts together, you know, the east bank and the west bank. It's a very picturesque type of description which he gives. But by and large, when he returned back to Tangier after a long time, he had been to Spain also, Granada. He enjoyed the best of the company and best of the land. He had seen the good times and the bad times together. But what is most important is, there are two things which I would like to share at the end of this discourse, that Ibn Battuta, when he had written this wonderful book, Ar-Rihla, it was the first document which the Muslim rulers could read and understand and have some sort of understanding about the lands which they had never seen before. As far back as China, the other part of Africa, and the southern part of Europe, it covers 3 continents, and it covers such a vast mass of the earth. For the Muslim rulers, it was somewhat a surprise, a new addition of knowledge, and they could have some type of understanding of the world. So it worked as a bridging force. This is what the topic suggests, that the mobility and the making of Asia. It connected Asia with Africa and with Europe also in one way or the other. The last point which I would like to share with you is that there is no pride in a sense that he would degrade the rest of the world. For example, what Mark Twain has said, that the East is the East and the West is the West, and the twain shall never meet. There, Ibn Battuta doesn't take that stand. When he comes back to Tangier, the painting reminds me of Ibn Battuta here, though I would like to misappropriate this painting. It is done for some other purpose. There he says so beautifully, the West is the best. When he says the West, it means the west of Asia, that is Tangier, or that Maghrib. The West is the best of lands I can prove. The full moon is near to it, and the sun runs thither. Thank you very much.
Professor Chanda, colleagues and dear friends, I really should begin by expressing my anxiety, because after 7 wonderful presentations by scholars who have researched and written about areas in which they are intimately knowledgeable, I am a bit of an outlier. I don't have deep knowledge of the author or the book or the period or that geography of in which the book is written. So I asked myself the question, why should I, as a political scientist of the 21st century, read a meandering travelogue of the 16th century by a Portuguese traveler in Asia, which on my little laptop is 1900 pages. So if I set aside the kind of pretentious answer that I do it because I live a life of the mind, the correct answer, the short answer is I couldn't say no to Sudha Gopalakrishnan. And having said yes, I now have proceeded to establish why yes was the correct answer. I have spent several months reading the book and being fascinated by the book. And I found that Fernão Mendes Pinto, the author, the traveler, lived dangerous lives for 20 years, from 1537 to 1558. He was an ambassador, he was a slave, he was a soldier, he was a sailor, he was a navigator, a merchant, a pirate, and even for 2 years as a late Jesuit training to be a priest. Only after these 20 years does he return to Portugal and becomes a householder, and he dies in 1583. So let me begin my discussion by giving you some bland details about the book. It's a massive book. He spent 10 years writing it, from 1569 to 1578. And he ostensibly did it for his children, to sort of give them an account of the life history of an errant parent. After the completion of the book, the manuscript was in restricted circulation. It was not available. And he did so, as one scholar on the book writes, because of fear that the times were dangerous and that he'd written a book criticizing every institution sacred and profane of his country. Sounds familiar. After several years, when the existence of the manuscript had become available through letters of Jesuits and others, does the book which he's asked his family to give to this institution, Casa Pia de Penitentes, it gets published in 1614, which is nearly 31 years after he has died. And as soon as it is published, it becomes available for 6 years later in Spanish, 1620, French, Dutch, and German. In fact, it begins to have a major impact on the European public sphere. I have used the English translation, which is very readable. The book is 226 small chapters, and it takes you on a boat journey across South and Southeast Asia. It's an unrelenting adventure. Strange things happen to him. One suspects that magical realism as genre preceded Salman Rushdie and Garcia Marquez, because it's a tale of risk, of challenge, of pain, of hope, of suffering, of fear, of deception and discovery. One of the appreciations of the book is that books like his, in a sense, contributed to the Renaissance in Europe. This is something I'd place before you. I'm no scholar to be able to endorse this, but it's an important insight that travelogues like his gave to Europe a body of ideas which allowed them to map human differences in natural and historical terms. Earlier they were too inward looking, as a Christian Europe as opposed to faithless Jews or heretical Muslims, but now these travelogues were opening up the world to them, and Mendes Pinto's work, even though he was no great thinker, contributed to this. Now, this is an appreciation of the book, on the one hand. On the other hand, Mendes Pinto has been described as being the greatest liar of them all. He wrote this fantastic story, and did he really experience all these things? But if you look at the book and you look at the 16th century in which it was written, such travelogues were not uncommon. Marco Polo preceded him, and travelers from Europe were moving right across Asia. I just came back from Hampi, and I found that there were Portuguese merchants in Hampi in the 16th century. Duarte Barbosa, Domingo Page, Fernão Nunes, and others. So they were out to make money, and Fernão Mendes Pinto was doing the same. And over time, his book has been compared to more serious scholarly works like that of João de Barros, the official historian of the Portuguese court, or Camões, who wrote this epic poem on the sea route to India. And even more recently, and I must mention this, his book has been compared to the works of Fernando Pessoa, who never traveled outside Portugal, who sat in Lisbon and wrote poems and wrote them under different pseudonyms. So he sort of is seen as a great modernist who has contributed to European modernity. I give these examples only to, in a sense, counter that argument that Pinto's work was fantasy and he is now being rehabilitated. And I say this as a scholar in the humanities and social sciences. The work must be taken seriously. But we still have to deal with the veracity question. How does one deal with the stories that he tells? As I said, it's a huge book and lots of stories. And I think my first response to that claim that, you know, Pinto's making it up, he never went to all the places he mentions, he borrowed accounts from others, he is casual in locating stories which actually occurred before, but the wrong time he's mentioned it. So these are valid concerns. But I think one must recognize that we're reading a travelogue of the 16th century, and to therefore demand of that travelogue the protocols of social sciences of the 20th century, 21st century, may be a little unfair. What I, to provoke the audience, would call an epistemic arrogance. So, fortunately, a pushback is occurring. Pinto's work, I think, belongs to this wonderful genre of travel writing, and I place in that Kapuscinski's lovely travelogue on Africa, The Shadow of the Sun, from which I've learnt enormously, Vikram Seth's travelogue in China, From Heaven's Lake, or Pico Iyer's Video Nights in Kathmandu, or even Shiva Naipaul's North of South, an African journey. One finds in such travelogues vast amounts of material for the humanities and the social sciences. There's fiction, there's history, there's folk tales, there's comparative sociology, there's commentaries on politics, there's ethnology, etc. And I dare say it's damn good reading. You know, they write very well and it's really interesting. So then how should one read this book? I see this book as an accumulation of numerous little episodes that describe the variety of human experiences. I don't want us to read more than this at a certain level. Describing the variety of human experiences, and also as a resource that raises larger questions that preoccupies us today, and larger questions for the humanities and social sciences. Let me give you an example. For example, when reading the book, I, as a political scientist of the 21st century, ask myself the question, why is torture so brutal, with the victim suffering slashed rims, condemned to shackles and necks around the leg? You think this is now he's writing of the 16th century. Pinto describes children found in a pitiable state among the goods confiscated from a defeated pirate, and I quote, and 9 little children between the ages of 6 and 8, who were all shackled, at the arms and legs, lying there in such a dreadful condition that it was pitiable to see, for there was nothing left of them but skin and bones. Reading about these children reminds one that one is probably reading about Gaza today. And when you ask these fundamental questions, one sometimes wonders today, particularly today, whether the Enlightenment and the promise of the Enlightenment, which we have all supported and developed and promoted and taught in our classrooms, was a false dawn. Why do victors in war destroy habitations, granaries, palaces, worships of the people they have vanquished? Why is religion such a powerful driver of hate, that the enemy must not just be defeated, but demolished and humiliated? These are questions that emerge from peregrination. And these are questions that I think are extremely valuable. But from Pinto's rich descriptions of his travels, I find things that are useful. Let me step aside from these hard questions and look at some of the other things that he offers. For example, he's talking on business and trade practices in China in chapter 97. And I quote, for instance, in the poultry line, let us say ducks. Some men are allowed to operate the egg hatcheries and the raising of ducklings for sale. Others specialize in raising the ducklings to maturity, for killing and selling them cured. Others deal in feathers only, and the entrails and giblets, others only in eggs. And the man engaged in any one single of these operations is not allowed to mix any other on pain of 30 strokes of a lash. a penalty for which there is no recourse either to appeal, protection, influence, or anything else. He says this in the pork business, he says this in the fish business, and this kind of description is not uncommon in the book. Now you'll wonder, why am I telling you the story? What's so great about the poultry business? I think from the story we can draw out a certain understanding of the state structure. An understanding which in the European context would be called the rationalizing imperative, that you would find, say, in the collected works of Max Weber. And in the European scholarship, this is presented as a European thing, that, you know, the rationalizing imperative emerged in Europe and then spread to the rest of the world which did not have it. In Mendes Pinto's book, it's there in China. And I'll give other examples. Now, I've just given you the example of trade. So in addition to such social observations, we also find delightful human interest stories. And I must tell you this one because it's really charming. It's on chapter 47 called The Unlucky Bride. Mendes Pinto's boat is suddenly chances upon 4 little boats that were escorting a bride to a rendezvous at a designated place with her prospective groom. Now the ritual among the people, as he describes, was for the bride to travel with her entourage in festoon boats to meet her groom, who would come in other festoon boats to the designated spot. The people in the bride's boats that the Portuguese saw thought they had spotted the groom's boat and therefore sent the Portuguese boat salutations. We are coming. The Portuguese regarded these salutations as strange behavior, which they read as an attempt to deceive them. They thought them to be spies sent by an enemy fleet. The captain of the Portuguese ship asked all his sailors to hide. The bride, distressed that no greetings were coming from the groom ship or that no messenger had been sent to pay her respects, decided to break custom and make the first move by showing herself. She sent an uncle in a boat with a letter to the Portuguese ship, and she writes, If it were proper for me, a mere woman, to come and gaze upon thy countenance without sullying my reputation, believe me, I would fly swift as a hungry falcon, newly freed from its bonds, to kiss thy lingering feet. But now, my lord, since I have journeyed all the way from my father's house to meet thee here, it is up to thee to leave the vessel and come to mine, while I await thee but a shadowy substance that cannot come into being without seeing thee. For if thou should fail to come in the dark of night, who can say if in the light of day thou wilt find me among the living? So there is passages, wonderful passages like this in wonderful prose. The uncle goes with the letter and is arrested and thrown into the Portuguese dungeon. Now, the next day the groom's ship passes by, sees this Portuguese ship, sends its salutations, not knowing what has happened. And the Portuguese ship sails away, and as Mendes Pinto writes, with God's help, 3 days later they reach another port. In those days, God always helped the Europeans. Now, you have such vignettes right through the book, and you can draw from them a wonderful understanding of the human condition, almost Somerset Maugham kind of lesson that you can pick up. You know, because I'm a political scientist speaking, I have to draw out contemporary stories. I can't just be a historian of the 16th century. So when reading this book, I initially started reading this book, no idea what I was going to say. But as I sort of, a few hundred pages later, a storyline began to emerge, and that's what I'm going to present to you. There are 4 themes that these are briefly discussed. There are 4 themes that I think I could dilate upon in this presentation, and which I'll offer to you. There are many more that you can find, but these are the 4 that I think, you know, are enough for my presentation. The first is the insights into maritime history. Sanjay Subramaniam has done such a detailed account that I can just skip over that with a small footnote. The second is his reflections on the encounter of civilizations between Europe and Asia, a big topic which only political scientists dare to probably talk about. The third is, and this people don't do enough about this book, is the appreciation of the rich prose of his writing. He seems to have an aesthetician's eye. He writes with beautiful language, whether he's writing about monuments or battles or torture or greetings, or, you know, the literature is wonderful. And the fourth is the experience with Francis Xavier and the Jesuits with his view on God. That's to sort of legitimize by me here. The footnote that I want to add to what Sanjay Subramaniam said this morning in a hugely scholarly presentation is that Mendes Pinto's book should be read as an exercise in imperial mapping. It is mapping not just the route, but the coastlines, the rivers, the resources, the mines, the kingdoms, the people of the place. So you should see this book as almost as a primer for navigating the Asia of the 16th century. You also should see the book as telling you the story of the Portuguese in the 16th century who come not just to trade, who come not just to sort of discover, but who also come because they're carrying religion with them. So there is this, religion appears through the book throughout. They're invoking God, they're thanking God, they're seeing the enemy as faithless, etc. And the enemy, incidentally, is always Islam. Sometimes China, but a lot of the battles are with Turkish pirates or Turkish fleets or Turkish the people who are supporting local kingdoms. And so again a vivid description which I should this thing. He says that now there is a battle that is ensuing between the Portuguese and the Turkish fleet. And the Turkish leader of the fleet says to his sailors, I may not be saying it right, so please pardon me. La hila hila la Muhammad Rakul hala. He shouted 3 times for all to hear, O Muslimen, O righteous men who believe in the holy laws of Muhammad, how can you let yourself be conquered by these cowardly Christian dogs who have no more spirit than a bunch of white hens and bearded women? Go after them, for you have the sacred promise of the Book of Flowers, where the Prophet gratified the dervishes of the house of Mecca with wondrous delights. He will do the same for you and me today if we bathe ourselves in the blood of these savage infidels. Hearing this, the Turkish fleet got charged up and attacked the Portuguese. Now the Portuguese captain, in like fashion, also exhorted his soldiers. O Christian brothers all, he shouted, if these people can take strength in the cursed faith of the devil to fight like that, then let us take faith in Christ our Lord, who died on the cross for us and who will never forsake us, no matter how great our sins. For after all, unlike those dirty dogs, we are his people and they are not. Now, there are texts like this throughout, and I think sometimes one must really engage with this clash of religions and what has become a bad word these days, the clash of civilizations, which is my second theme. Now, there is an observation made of the book, and it's an observation which has a lot of promise, that Mendes Pinto's book really does not carry the burden of later colonialism. There's no white man's burden. Mendes Pinto actually seems to think, again, as I said, I'm not a scholar of the book, but I'd place it before you, seems to think that the Chinese civilization is superior to the Europeans, and he gives examples of Europeans who are morally less, who are morally corrupted, and there are examples where the Chinese just cannot understand how these people are so morally corrupt. So there's an example where he talks in terms of where the Portuguese have just finished raiding an island which had a lot of tombs of saints, and when there's a hermit on the island, and the hermit is just astounded at the violence and the destruction that the Portuguese are creating on this island. So he condemns him to hell. He says, what you have done and plundered you will go to hell for your evil deeds. And then the Portuguese replies. And when Nuno Coelho replied by telling him to accept everything with patience because of what God in his holy law commanded, the hermit clapped his hand to his forehead in a gesture of amazement, shaking his head 5 or 6 times, smiling over what he heard. "There is no doubt," he exclaimed, the hermit, "that I now have something before me I never dreamed I would ever see or hear again. Inborn wickedness and feigned virtue all in one. That is to steal and to preach. How profoundly blind thou must be to rely with such confidence on thy fine words and spend the life committing such foul deeds. I wonder if God will jest with thee on the day of judgment." So this kind of moral judgment is there in the book. There are many other stories of stealing a boat, of the law, etc. And so if you take this line of argument seriously, you find in Peregrinação some suggestion, maybe even an argument, an embryonic argument, that Mendes Pinto sees the Chinese as a superior civilization to that of the Europeans who are stealing, plundering, destroying, etc. The white man's burden theme comes later, because perhaps this is a period of mercantile capitalism, and once industrial capital begins to drive France and Europe, and Europe itself has gone through its own transformations, this is a valuable theme which I think needs further looking at. The third theme I want to talk about is the literary flourish of the literature. Now, the literature is beautiful, and I've quoted some sections for it. The book has wonderful descriptions of storms, of monuments, of battles, grim accounts of torture, of prayer, of greetings. When he goes to the court of one of the kings, there's an elderly lady who says to him, "Please come, you are like the rain after a drought." You know, the language, the prose is almost poetic, and I have lots of quotations, but I don't have the time. And now, for example, he's going through the island of Sumatra, and he encounters, this is what he describes: "We also saw here what was for us a very unusual and strange looking animal that the natives call cacuestão, about the size of a big duck, deep black in color, covered with scales, a row of spines running down the back about the length of a quill pen, wings like a bat, the neck of a cobra, a horn on the head like a cockspur, and a very long greenish black tail of the same color as the large lizards that abound there. These creatures, which fly as though leaping through the air, live by hunting monkeys and other animals from the treetops." Now, you would think you're reading J.K. Rowling over here, but it's this kind of description of animals. Now, you could say, "Oh, this is this is an Orientalist mind," and this. I don't want to get into that debate. I just want to appreciate the prose, and it's wonderful. There's a linguistic beauty which seems to suggest that, at least in the translation, Mendes Pinto has a very there's an aesthetic eye with which he is writing. And now my final point, Francis Xavier and the Jesuits. Now, the Jesuits play an important role, as I said, for a while. Mendes Pinto joins the Jesuits, gives all the wealth he'd accumulated over his travels to the Jesuits, and after 2 years leaves, but the Jesuits don't return his money. They keep it. But Francis Xavier seems to inspire him. There are several chapters devoted to Francis Xavier's life, and the fact that Francis Xavier is busy, his primary objective is to convert people to Christianity. He is warmly welcomed by kings, he wins discussions with the clergy, he predicts victory in sea battles as if God has given him a clue that the Portuguese will win. I'll finish in 2 minutes, yeah. And he even does not allow him to interrupt his prayers. Now you will say to me, and I need to defend it, that on the one hand you're saying no white man's burden, on the other hand you're saying he wants to convert people. So are these not contradictory? Is there not some, if he wants to convert people, obviously the Christian religion is superior to the religion of the Chinese or the Muslims, etc. I would suggest, in a tentative answer, that this could be because he does not see the Christianity he brings as requiring a change in regimes. That it's easy for the king to become Christian and still perform and live within that rationalizing structure that is already in place. But this is for debate. Now, Francis Xavier, and I'll end on this last note, Francis Xavier has come to acquire certain status in the region, particularly in Goa, from where I come. His feast is the 3rd of December, and his it's a pilgrimage site. Pilgrims from all over Goa, all over India, and maybe abroad come to Goa to participate in the religious activities that precede the 3rd of December, the novenas. His relics are on display in a beautifully carved silver casket in the Church of Bon Jesus, not unlike the ones we see in the reliquary exhibition below. Goans describe him as a Goencha Sahib, a kind of the leader of Goa, mentor of Goa. In the current atmosphere, there are attempts to change this narrative, to divest him not just of the status of Goencha Sahib, but to question his conversion drive and what it has meant to Goa then and what it means to Goa today. It seems that I'm not the only one from the 21st century visiting the 16th century. Thank you.
May I have some support to revitalize the notebook? Maybe it will be a bit better to show something. Okay, it is visible. Thank you. So, respected Chairman, Professor Chandra, dear professors at the dais, and leaders of the IIC, professors among you, and excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. So I would like to introduce myself. My name is Zoltán Wilhelm. I'm from Hungary, and maybe it is visible on the screen that I'm from the University of Pécs of Hungary, which is one of the oldest universities in Central Europe, more than 650 years old. So that's why I chosen the slides in this design. So I would like to speak about a person, Alexander Csoma de Körös. In Hungarian, we call him Körösi Csoma Sándor. And for us, he is a role model. He's a torch in the dark. He's a national hero of us. And let us join him virtually on his long and very tough journey to India. So I cannot see anything. No? It's better. Thank you. So as he told, I would like to quote him, our souls are possessed with an unquenchable desire to seek out truth. What was the truth for him? He started his long journey to find the roots of the ancient Hungarians in Asia. He never completed his mission, but on the other hand, he has given treasures for the science, the global science. In this slide, you can see a few portraits of Alexander Csoma de Körös, but in the middle one, that is the only authentic portrait drawn by or painted by Ágost Söft, who visited him in Bengal, in Kolkata, in his last years. Let me say a few words about his childhood. There is a living debate on the date of birth of Alexander Csobode-Körös, but we must accept that he was born in 1784, and in a small village in Transylvania, nowadays Romania, so that's why you can see two different names on the slide, Körös in Hungarian and Chirus in Romanian. And his parents were Hungarians, so we call Székely people. Sometimes we can read Székely people in different works. And we have clear data on that when he was Christian in a Calvinist church in Körös. And of course, he went to the primary school in his own village, and he was extremely talented pupil of this small school. If you try to find this place in the maps, you will find it, you know, at the curve of the Carpathians, which is one of the coldest place in the Carpathian Basin. And this type of experiences helped him to survive in Tibet later, because, you know, the temperature can drop to minus 30, 40 on the centigrade, I mean Celsius. That was a very tough physical environment, but he prepared himself not only mentally for his message, mission, but physically too. And since 1904, the place called Csoma-Körös as an honor to Alexander Csobode-Körös. So, yes, in this slide you can see that what I spoken. So Csoma-Körös is in the curve of the Carpats, and that is, of course, a very nice place for living. So nowadays, a lot of Hungarians try to purchase some properties there because it's a wonderful place, untouched physical environment, and so on. So let us see the next milestone in his life. So he became a student at the Bethlen College in Nagyenyed, now is in Romania. So he wasn't a very poor person. I mean, he didn't come from a poor family, but of course he wasn't a rich person. So that's why he became so-called a servant student in his college. Of course, he acted as a servant to the most wealthy fellow students of him. So he got, you know, the food and everything for free. And sometimes he went to teach the poor people countryside. So that was a kind of volunteering from his side. So he become acquainted with the history text of György Prey and Ézsaiás Budai, which said that the Uyghurs and the Magyars, Hungarians, are related. So it is in Nagyenyed, or it was in Nagyenyed, in this college, that the first seeds of the plan to travel to Asia to look for the ancient Hungarian homeland are planted. So he met these type of ideas there in his college, the Bethlen College, and he decided that he would like to find the ancient homeland of the Hungarians in the heart of Asia. And you can see a few photos on this college, which still operates in Romania, Nagyenyed nowadays. It's a Protestant college. So as a Protestant student, he got a scholarship to abroad. But before that, of course, he passed his exams with great success, and then he tried to learn different languages to prepare himself for the great journey. For example, the Latin and Greek, and of course the ancient Greek and the other living languages, for example, French, German, Romanian, Slavic languages, and later, of course, English. So he was a language genius. And as I told you, he was an extremely talented student. So that's why he could get scholarships. For example, a scholarship from the Prince of Transylvania. And under this scholarship, he was able to learn, for example, theology for 4 years, and history and philosophy for 3 years in the same college. But then he became a teacher of this college. And then, as he got this scholarship from the Prince of Transylvania, he traveled to Germany, and he got the passport, of course, and he went to Travemünde, Lübeck, and Hamburg, but he enrolled at the Göttingen University, where he was the student of some of the greatest scholars of that age. So became more deeply convinced that the ancient Hungarian homeland and the ethnic relatives should be sought in the heart of the inner Asia, in Jungaria. Nowadays, Jungaria, as you know, part of China nowadays, Xinjiang Uyghur province. So they thought that was the core area, that was the ancient homeland of the Hungarians. And not only the Hungarian scholars taught that to Csoma, he met these type of ideas from his German professors too. And let me mention a few of these professors. For example, Johann Friedrich Blumenbach. He was professor at Göttingen, who first drew Csoma's attention to the existence of the Uyghurs or Uyghurs living in Jungaria. And the other professor, Johann Gottfried Einhorn, who was a noted history scholar and a professor of Oriental languages. For example, taught Arabic and Turkic languages to Csoma. So thanks to Einhorn's support, and of course the ideas, and Csoma was one of the best students of him. So thanks to Einhorn, he got the Libera Mensa Regia for the course of 1 entire year, which helped him to stay in Göttingen for a longer time. So if we go back to the photos, so this is the building of the University of Göttingen, and of course there are some relics of Alexander Csoma de Körös. So after the years of Göttingen, he went back to Hungary with very strong plans. The nearest regional center was Cluj, nowadays Cluj, in Hungarian, that is Kolozsvár, and he tried to get the passport to travel, but he couldn't get the passport in those times. You know, we are in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and there were very strict rules. For example, those people like Csoma had to join the army, and that is why that was very difficult to get the passport. So that is why he went to Temesvár and to Croatia to learn other slave languages. And when he finished this duty, he tried again to get the passport. And 1819, he could get this desired passport, but that was valid for only 8 weeks. So that is a mistake made by me. 8 weeks, and that authorized him to visit Wallachia, the next country nowadays, Romania. And in 1819, in the last days of November, he left Transylvania and across the Vörös-Torony Pass into Wallachia. So as you could notice, those photos and figures, which are not mine, I put, of course, the source. So he bid his final farewell to his homeland, where the river Olt cuts through the southern Carpathians, and he started his very long, very challenging, very dangerous, and very tough journey to Inner Asia. So when he tried to enter to Istanbul, there was a plague, for example. So he had to change his plans at the beginning. So he tried to travel to Africa and then to Asia by boat. Through Asia Minor, he could reach Alexandria. He wanted to stay a few months to learn Arabic, but the plague again arrived this place, and he had to travel further to Asia. If we look at this figure, it is visible that he traveled more than 2 years on foot. He hadn't got, for example, a single horse to discover these territories. So on foot, a very dangerous journey, a very tough journey. Sometimes he could help from the locals. Sometimes he could get help, for example, the English ambassador in Tehran in Persia. He could stay there for 4 months. Of course, he learned Persian too. So when he arrived to India, he could speak several languages, local languages. So I think that was a great advantage to him. He could do the communication with the locals. You know, sometimes if they could recognize that he's a white man, for example, maybe his life would be in danger. So that was a very useful knowledge for him as a language genius. In 1822, accompanied by 2 French officials, one of the officials called Ventura, we can see his picture downstairs at the exhibition. He was an Orientalist, kind of Orientalist. So he arrived in Lahore in 1822, and of course he tried to set off towards Kashmir because he wanted to cross the Himalayas and reach Inner Asia. But in June and July, he faced that this journey across the Karakoram, originally to Jharkhand, will be or would be too dangerous and too expensive. So that's why he abandoned his idea and went back to Lahore. And luckily, he met a British government officer or employee, William Moorcroft, along the Himabs River, and accompanied by him, he returned back to Leh, because you know, this guy, this British officer, seen that this Hungarian person so encouraged to travel towards north. And of course, these times the big game or great game went on, and the Sikh empire, you know, there were wars and so on. So maybe the British think that, okay, this guy would be very useful for us to learn something about the neighborhood areas. And that's why he got some information and very low salary from the British, 50 rupees per month. We could see in the morning that how much profit they could realize with different activities here, and of course they given a few paisa to this wonderful person. But anyway, he tried to learn the Tibetan language because he thought that in the Tibetan libraries, in the libraries of the monasteries, he will find some information about the ancient Hungarians. So that was the main reason he accepted this job. So in 1823, he went to Tibet and tried to learn the principles of Buddhism and, of course, the Tibetan language. He stayed for 16 months in Zangla. You know, this 3,370 meters above sea level, very challenging conditions. Choma has written that when he tried to make some heat in his cell, in his room, there was no any stove or something like that, just the open fire. And when he lit this fire, the room full of smoke. So that's why, of course, he tried to survive in this cold without any heating system or something like that. So after a very difficult stay in Tibet, he got a lot of information, and then in 1824 he went again to the Tibetan territories. And in Sabatu, when he arrived in Sabatu, where the British greet him with suspicion and restrict his movement, Captain Kennedy asked him to write a detailed account of his life and travels. So this document is the most important source we have on Alexander Csoma de Körös. This is a kind of CV. We don't have any other proper sources on his life. And then he visited Tibet 2 times again, the Western Himalayas. And as we can see through these photos, it's a barren land, and of course it's a very challenging to stay here for Westerners. But he could survive finally. He stayed in the citadel of Zangla, and he stayed in the citadel of Zangla, and later, of course, many scholars tried to follow him. For example, Ervin Baktai, who visited the place after Alexander de Csoma Körös as the first Hungarian, and he left some tables with information on Alexander Csoma de Körös. And nowadays, as Alexander Csoma de Körös connects the people and the culture, there are some good examples, because that is the citadel in Zangla, and a new Hungarian NGO formed to save this citadel. The name is Csoma's Room, because Ervin Baktai, who visited as the first Hungarian after Csoma the place, he carved on the wood that Csoma's Room, and that is a message for us. And this NGO renovated the whole citadel and started new social programs here. So the locals could benefit after that Alexander Csoma de Körös visited the place and worked here. and year by year, a lot of Hungarian volunteers come to this place to, for example, build up a new school, and they run social programs too. And the second and the third visits in Tibet, he compiled the Tibetan dictionary and grammar, prepared an English version of the Buddhist texts, and the glossary of the Buddhist terms, and compiled a great amount of material from various fields of Tibetan literature. And luckily, he became the librarian of the Asiatic Society of Bengal. So if you go to Kolkata, to the Park Street, you will meet our national hero, Alexander Csomódekőrös. For example, they have the original Tibetan English dictionary. So he compiled this dictionary based on 30,000 words, for example. So then he published other Buddhist texts in English, and he decided to go a study tour in India to master Sanskrit and other Indian languages for a couple of years, but he planned to visit northern Bengal, Nepal and Sikkim, but for some reason he stopped in Titalia. There he learned Sanskrit and Bengali, and of course in those type of modest conditions what he used to live in Tibet. So in 1837 Csoma returned to Kolkata and also to his Tibetan studies. He would pursue them for the rest of his life. In these years he was visited by the painter Ágost Söft, who drew the only authentic portrait of him, what you can see on this slide. And of course, he didn't forget his original goal. So that's why in 1842, however, Csoma set off again. This time he intended to go to the Tibetan capital of Lhasa, and from there to northern China, the land of the Uyghurs or Uyghurs and Mongolians. He hoped to find some sources about the ancient Hungarians, or at least about the Uyghurs or Uyghurs in the library of the Dalai Lamas. In April, he arrived in Darjeeling in Sikkim, where he was stricken with a disease. Languishing with a severe fever for several days on 11th of April, in the early morning he succumbed to the malaria and had caught in the subtropical jungle of the Terai, as you know very well that place, forever ending his long journey. His monument stands, his tombstone or monument stone or memorial stone stands in the cemetery of Darjeeling on the slopes of the Himalayas. And let me show you a few photos about you know the Csoma cult, what we have. For example, I have photos from my city, which is the Csoma statue in my city on a yak. He was riding on a yak, of course. And another statue from the Geographical Museum of Erd. And at the Asiatic Society, he has a memorial room. You can see the room on the in these slides from 2016, and he has a bust in the whole of the Asiatic Society. And State of Hungary renovated this memorial room. You can see that when State of Secretary or Secretary of State, inaugurating this memorial room. And in Darjeeling, they named that road where this former English cemetery is situated, called Alexander Csomoda Körös Avenue. You can see his tombstone in this picture, and it became his grave became a pilgrimage site for the Hungarians. So thousands of Hungarians visit that place. For example, in this picture are the members of the University of Pécs 650 remembrance expedition at the memorial of Alexander Csomoda Körös in Darjeeling in 2016. And there are other memorial places in Darjeeling inaugurated by the speakers or speaker of our parliament, for example. So thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you so much.
Well, it was a very rich offering, but the price of rich offering is that you don't have too much time to ask questions. But as chair, I claim the privilege of asking one question to Professor Hussain. I remember reading that Ibn Battuta was appointed ambassador to China, and he went to Cochin to take his boat, and the boat promptly sank in the harbor, and so his travel to China was cancelled. Now, when he went to China later on, was he accredited again as ambassador or no?
Yes, he was accredited ambassador to China, and he went from Bengal, from Aligarh to Bengal by sea, and then from there to Samutra. But the purpose of visiting the place, which is known as Sadgaon, in fact, was to meet the Saint Shah Jalal, after whose name the airport in Dhaka, it is named Shah Jalal. And then from there, Shah Jalal had told him that he had offered him a coat, and he also told his followers that a stranger would come and you receive him at Sadgaon. So he was received there, not at Sadgaon, at Sylhet, what we call. From Sylhet, the coat was offered to him, and he said that this coat would be taken away by somebody in China. Then as an ambassador he went to China, and he was also at the seaport of Zhanghao. The king was there. The king offered him the entire privilege of being an ambassador, and his coat was taken in return. So the prediction, he believed in some sort of Sufism, and it appeared that it was all ordained beforehand. This is what the narrative of Ar-Rihla suggests.
So yes, please. Yes, sure. Yeah.
Thank you for such a wonderful presentation. You talked about Savathu being my native place. I'm so excited to know about it. That is there any detailed description about where he stayed in Savathu? And number two, he wrote his about his life and activities. Did he write in Savathu or after his stay in Savathu?
Unfortunately, we don't have any concrete evidence that in which place he stayed in Savathu. Savathu is very important for us because he had to write this CV kind of writing to the Captain Kennedy, who asked him, he forced him, asked is not the proper word. But if you come to Hungary, for example, you will find more than 200 Alexander Csomoda Körös streets, for example, and several statues. But unfortunately, of course, these type of remote areas, we have a very limited access to do the research, and of course mark the places where he lived and worked.
Professor Sanjay. Yeah.
That's it. Yeah, I had a question for Peter de Souza. As you rightly pointed out, there is a gap of about 30 plus years between the death of Fernão Mendes Pinto and the publication of the text. Now, the problem is we don't have a manuscript. We only have that published text. We know that there were several manuscripts in circulation because some Spanish authors cite it in the interim. Now, there's a distinct possibility that someone or more than one person reworked the text quite substantially. And the clearest indication of it is we have 3 or 4 letters of Fernão Mendes Pinto, which are actually his manuscript letters. And there's a distinct difference in the style between the letters and this text. So my question is, if this was indeed the case, right, from your perspective, does it really make a difference?
Thank you for that. I think, I mean, you are the expert on the archive. So I mean, I have come across those 3 letters which have been published by the Jesuits, and I mean, I think the point you make that there's a difference in style. I would take the position you're offering, which is they would make a minor difference to this huge volume, assuming that there are several authors who have interfered with the text. In fact, the text that I have read by Rebecca Katz it reads like a very modern text because it's written in English and it's written with, using a sort of syntax which is very accessible. It doesn't look like a 16th century text. What is important for me is the fact that this text contains 2 levels of stories. One is the stories about the human condition, the little episodes, vignettes that you read about aspiration, hope, pain, whatever, which I think is very rich because it, in a sense, allows you to see existential spaces outside the world in which you are located. And the second is the insights into the social life and the institutional life, the social life, the institutional life, and the religious life of these places. Now, if it is true that his text borrowed from other travelogues, oral and written, then that text also gets transformed through interventions by others. So I mean, it's a risky position to take, but I'll take it. I would say it doesn't matter very much because I think the richness of what is offered is to me the substance of my analysis.
Yeah. Well, I just want to make a very brief, comment. My friend Akhtar Hussain Sahib spoke about Ibn Battuta and his account about India. I just wanted to add one more thing. Perhaps, naturally, none of us got the full time to discuss our papers. Now, Ibn Battuta perhaps is one of the first who also tells us about the various, festivals and cultural activities which take place. And incidentally, I would like to inform you that he chooses 4 festivals out of all the Indian festivals to note down in his Rehla: Holi, Diwali, Muharram, and the birthday of the Prophet. These are the 4 festivals which he mentions. So and then he not only mentions them, but what type of festivities go into those. He also describes them. What happens in India, in Delhi, how do they celebrate them is described. So that's a very important piece of information. Now, I would like also to add, with your permission, because I was the one who spoke the least. During the period of Al-Biruni, when Al-Biruni was in India, as I told you that Al-Biruni came here along with the conqueror Sultan Mahmud. I mean, that is how we know Sultan Mahmud. Now, there is a coin which was minted in Lahore and which survives. It was minted in 1028. And I'll just read out how both the sides of the coins are worded. On one side, La ilaha illallah Muhammadan Rasulallah Yaminud Dawla wa Aminul Millat Mahmud. That is, there is no God but Allah. Muhammad is his messenger, protector of the custodian and protector of the state is Mahmud. Now, on the other side, there is a Sanskrit translation of the same. I mean, we are talking about two civilizations meeting each other. Now, it is very important to see how the translation of this simple thing was given. Avyaktam ekam Muhammada avatara nipati Mahmuda. The invisible is one. Muhammad is his manifestation, avatar. Now there it was the Prophet, Rasul. Here it is the Indian language, avatar. And the king is Mahmud. So here we find in this particular coin, just like Al-Biruni trying to understand the situation, even an invader like Mahmud trying to, accommodate the beliefs of both the places. Thank you.
For Mr. Razavi, you briefly mentioned that Babur had much in common with Al-Biruni. That makes me very curious. I mean, where was the sympathy, empathy for the locals, and is it justified that he was by far the most brutal of all the conquerors?
Well, all conquerors are brutal. There is, I don't think anyone would disagree with the fact that if you are a conqueror, then you are going to make a killing. There is no doubt about it, whether it is Ashoka or Babur or Aurangzeb. The only thing is that, if you read Baburnama, just like Al-Biruni, where he is explaining the entire country, the geography of the country, the first section of Baburnama, when he describes Hindustan, is a gazetteer of the Hindustan, where he is mentioning not only the people, the places, the towns, the customs, but also the fauna and flora. And in each of these descriptions, there is no prejudice. Now, I'll give you just one example. Sanjay ji is sitting here. How dare I speak before him? He is standing before the Gwalior palace. And what does he do? He admires it. And this admiration is not just verbal. He recruits 30,000 artisans and craftsmen and employs them and starts asking them to make his own, structures. The way he keeps on discussing the various classes of people, for example, the description which he gives of the Jat community itself. All of that shows, I'm not denying that he is not a conqueror. He is a man in Central Asia. He used to play polo with the head of the dead soldiers. So he is that type of a person. But he does that in Central Asia, he does that when he comes to India. He is basically a conqueror. In 21st century, what we are trying to do is that we are assigning religions to these conquerors, and I'm just arguing, please don't do that. Last thing.
मेरा सवाल सैयद अख्तर हुसैन साहब के लिए है। इजाज़त है उर्दू हिंदी में बोलने की? जी, समझ में आ जाएगा। तो मेरी दिलचस्पी इब्न बतूता में तांजियर में जब मैं घूम रहा था कुछ बरस पहले, उनकी कब्र को ढूंढते हुए हुई, और उनकी कब्र में मैं गया। ऐसा लगता है पुरानी दिल्ली में आप जा रहे हों। छोटी छोटी गलियां हैं और उनकी पीढ़ी के 10वीं पीढ़ी के नौजवान से मेरी मुलाकात हुई। ज़िक्र आता है, मेरा सवाल अब है, ज़िक्र आता है कि दिल्ली के बादशाह मोहम्मद तुगलक उनसे नाराज़ हो गए थे और उनको कहा कि आप उनको रियासत बदर कर दिया इब्न बतूता को। ये कहते हैं कि वो दिल्ली के आसपास किन्हीं गारों में जाके छुपे थे। क्या हमें पता है, तवारीख़ के किसी सफ़े में दर्ज है कि वो किस जगह है, गुड़गांव में जाके रुके थे, फरीदाबाद में जाके रुके थे, किस जंगल में रुके थे वो?
एक ज़माना गुज़र जाने के बाद नक़ूश मिट जाते हैं, और जहाँ तक इब्न बतूता का ताल्लुक़ है, आज सिर्फ हम इतना जान पाते हैं कि जहान पनाह के नाम से एक बहुत बड़ी जगह तुगलकाबाद में आबाद है, जहाँ मोहम्मद बिन तुगलक का दरबार सजता था। और अगर बहुत ज़्यादा 5, 6, 7 गांव उनको दिए गए थे, हमें इसका भी पता नहीं है कि वो 5, 6, 7 गांव कौन से हैं, क्योंकि दिल्ली में एक गांव तो है नहीं। आज भी मुनिरका गांव है, फलां गांव है, खेल गांव है, ना जाने कितने गांव होंगे, हज़ारों और लाखों गांव होंगे। तो इस तरह से माजी के नक़ूश को ढूंढना, ये काम आर्कियोलॉजिकल सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया का है, जो बहुत ही बुरी तरह से वो नाकाम हो रहे हैं। ये तो सर सैयद की मेहरबानी है कि उन्होंने आसारुस सनादीद जैसी किताब लिख डाली है, जिससे हमें फिर भी कुछ हवाले मिल जाते हैं, कुछ निशानदेही हो जाती है और कुछ चीज़ें बाकी है। वगरना इस तरह की चीज़ों को ढूंढना मेरे ख्याल से किसी के पास अगर ज़ौक़ और शौक़ होगा वही कर पाएगा, और कोई सरकारी मुलाजिम का ये काम अब नहीं रहा है, और इसका पता लगाना भी बहुत मुश्किल है।
Well, I think we have gone well past our hour, but it shows how interesting it was, and thank you all very much for staying on and asking very interesting questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Chandu, and to all our speakers. Now, may I request Dr. Gopalakrishnan to honor our guests and our chair.
Wonderful.
Professor Chanda, please.